The Firefighter'S Rescue. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2020. Chapter 1. What was his sister thinking? Worse, what had possessed him to listen to her? With his back against the wall of the day room, Bryan Blake rubbed his face with his hands, wishing he'd thought through this fundraising idea before presenting it to the guys in his company. Firefighters were a lot of things, but typically, they weren't calendar material, or at least didn't think of themselves as such. Especially guys in a small-town station like Baker Beach, Virginia, the beach town he'd moved to 3 months ago. Let me get this straight. Carlos Scott blinked hard. You expect us to pose for a calendar? Like models or something? Harris King laughed, looking around the room for agreement. With a heavy sigh, Bryan nodded. Yeah, like models, but without the fancy clothes. Leaning back in his chair, Derek Vaughn locked his hands behind his head, letting out a long, low whistle. And this is to raise money? Again, Bryan nodded. For the station, yes. Each of us gets 2 poses, 12 in all. Well, look at that. He's more than just a pretty face. Liam McNeil chuckled. He can do math too. After 10 years as a firefighter, Bryan had expected the ribbing. Even more so since he was the new guy. He could handle the jesting from a few of the guys, but he'd hoped for a little more support. He turned to Greg Nichols, their captain. A little help? Bryan hadn't been naive enough to think getting the guys on board would be a walk in the park, so he'd talked it over with Greg first. It had taken some real convincing, but the captain had eventually agreed with the idea. Clearing his throat, Greg silenced the room. You may recall my announcement at the end of the last fiscal year that we need to step up our fundraising efforts. With the budget cuts, the city doesn't have the funds for us anymore. If we don't want our jobs becoming voluntary, we need to raise money and quickly. A moment of silence followed as the 4 men shifted in their seats. While they might not like Bryan's idea, they couldn't deny they needed to do something. Even if that something was uncomfortable. Bryan didn't much like the idea either, but he was willing to endure a little embarrassment if it meant bringing money into the station. Please, just tell me it isn't going to be beefcake stuff at least, Derek said, breaking the awkward silence. Shaking his head, Bryan crossed his arms over his chest. No. I mean, you'll be partially clothed. He winced, knowing that last little added bit wouldn't go over well. Just as he expected, chaos erupted with the guys voicing their disapproval. Listen, Bryan said, raising his voice to be heard. Just hear me out, okay? He dropped his arms to his sides. My sister, Holly, gave me the idea. I didn't like it either. You liked it enough to tell us. Harris laughed with Greg joining in. Look, the idea isn't bad, and there's a 2 birds 1 stone answer here. Bryan paused as the room quieted. My sister knows the folks running the local shelter, and they're desperate to find the animals' homes. This will be publicity for them with the hopes of increased adoptions, and for us, it'll bring in money for new equipment when we sell the calendars. Bryan paused, hoping the guys would think it through. Greg took the moment and added, basically, we'll be geared up, holding a puppy, crouching next to a dog, or sitting with them in the truck. That kind of stuff. With our shirts off, right? Derek grunted with the last word. While a couple of the guys laughed and shook their heads, Liam shrugged. I do like the idea of helping the shelter. It wouldn't be such a bad thing, knowing some of the animals would be adopted. Carlos grinned and elbowed him. You just like the idea of your bare chest hanging on some woman's fridge. You never know. Greg glanced at Bryan. This kind of thing has the potential to go viral. There's a chance the entire state of Virginia could be talking about us once the calendar is printed and for sale. Who knows, we might even get orders from out of state. Harris rolled his eyes. You really think our ugly mugs can do that? Earn enough to help? Ugly mugs. Right. Bryan hadn't called Baker Beach home for long, but from his observations, none of the guys were hurting for dates. Not that he paid that close attention. He wasn't looking for dates, love, or even a diversion. Not yet at least, and based on how his last relationship ended, maybe never. I say we vote on it, Carlos said, and Greg nodded in agreement. One by one, each guy raised their hand. They were all in and willing participants. So, who's going to be taking the pictures? Asked Liam. Obviously, if this is gonna make money, it can't be done using our phones. I'm working on that, Bryan replied. The woman who runs the shelter has a friend who's a local photographer, Elise Richards. From what I understand, she's already expressed interest and offered us a reduced rate as a favor. Greg slapped Bryan on the shoulder. Great. You take the wheel and tell us when and where. We'll be there. With that, the meeting was over. Inwardly, Bryan's nerves were a little on edge. He'd offered a solution, and if he didn't come through, they'd all be looking at unemployment. Hopefully, it would be as easy as he'd made it sound. Get pictures, make the calendars, sell them, and all their financing issues would be solved. Easy. Simple. Nothing to worry about. But he couldn't relax. Not when his and the entire company's future were riding on this plan. After his last experience, he'd found that something seemingly simple could turn complicated overnight. His wedding, for example. Something he'd planned his future around. It had fallen apart before he could even blink, and it had been his fault. This time, there were far more people's lives riding on him coming through, and he couldn't let anyone down, again.
Chapter 2. When Elise Richards was asked to photograph the local firefighters for a calendar, she'd hesitated just long enough for her friend Sally Fisher to explain it was to help the Baker Beach Animal Shelter. Being the shelter director, Sally had lamented the need for more adoptions more than once. Knowing that, Elise didn't feel she could turn it down. Aside from that, it felt like the right thing to do, and more work meant her parents couldn't talk her into moving to Florida with them, which they'd tried more than once when they first left Virginia. Her life and career were in Baker Beach, she'd explained. Other than leaving for school, she'd been in the harbor her entire life. Never once had she regretted the decision to move back after finishing school in New York. The big city was fun, but in a way, it reminded her of the old saying, a nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there. Her phone rang, and she grabbed it from the passenger seat. The special ringtone with dogs barking to the tune of Old MacDonald told her who was calling. Hey, Sally. I'm headed to the station now. Elise smiled, sandwiching the phone between her ear and shoulder so she could wave to a few familiar faces as she cruised down Baker Street, the town's main road. To call it quaint would be an understatement. Norman Rockwell could have painted it. Hey, when you get here, you can park behind me. I parked behind the building. I don't mind the attention, but I think the guys want to keep it under wraps until they have a little more confidence that it'll work out. Elise chuckled. Really? I've known those guys, well, most of them, all my life. They don't lack confidence. The new guy probably wasn't that much different. Well, on a one-on-one basis, they may be fine, but from what Bryan said, they all had a bunch of concerns about being photographed and put in a calendar to sell. Who's this guy Bryan you keep talking about? New guy. Well, newish. He's only been here a few months. He's from somewhere near Richmond. Oh, new but not that far away. No, but you know how it is here.
Yeah.
Elise knew. Close-knit didn't begin to describe the harbor, and newcomers weren't always welcomed with open arms. Coming in as a firefighter, though, that would go a long way to warming up the community. As she pulled in behind the shelter's white van, she ended the call and waved at Sally, who was already unloading the last couple dogs. Grabbing her camera bag, Elise slung it over her shoulder and stepped out of her small SUV. You're all so excited to have your pictures taken today. She stooped to pet what looked like a German Shepherd and Boxer mix and a small dog that could win the ugliest dog contest with its overly large, lolling tongue. They wagged their tails and danced around Elise, licking her in the face. If the other dogs she'd be photographing were this excited, it would be a long day of wrangling them and the guys. Sally nodded. They're just happy to be out of the shelter and getting attention. Although, can't say I'd mind getting attention from these guys either. Rolling her eyes, Elise straightened. Oh, stop. We've known them forever. Plus, she was a professional with a no-drool policy, and even if she did, she certainly wasn't telling anyone. That doesn't make them any less attractive. Sally elbowed her. Elise ignored the comment. Anyway, Margot, the makeup guru from the mall will be here in a little bit. She's promised to keep the whole thing quiet until the calendars come out. Sally's jaw dropped. Oh, wow. She grimaced. Wait, Elise said, holding her hand up. It's pro bono. Sealed lips and less editing for me. Breathing a sigh of relief, she asked, You ready? Yep. As true an answer as she'd ever given, until she stepped inside the building. Was there anything cuter than a guy playing with a dog? Her gaze roamed over the men and landed on the only one she didn't recognize. Wow. Tall, broad-shouldered with large arms, and dark tousled hair. He stood just a few steps away, watching the rest of the guys play with the dogs. There was something about him that spoke to her. She couldn't point to any one specific thing. He sure had a nice smile and a relaxed way that gave her the feeling that he'd make a great cover model. It was an instinct she'd honed over the last few years as a photographer. It wasn't until his dark eyes met hers that her heart skipped a beat. Silly reaction. She wasn't looking for or interested in dating or love. It was only recently that she felt like she could be her own person. After her brother's accident, life had centered around him. With a discreet shake of her head, she cleared her thoughts and approached Bryan with her hand extended. I know the rest of these guys, so that must make you Bryan. It does. His grip was firm, and he held her gaze as he shook her hand. His eyes were a deep shade of blue instead of the brown she'd expected. You're our photographer? That's me. Elise Richards. It's nice to meet you. Somehow, she managed to ignore the little static shocks racing from her palm. Good thing it wasn't sweaty, otherwise, she'd be electrocuted by now. His lips lifted in a wider smile. Nice to meet you too. Elise pulled her hand away, hoping the tingles would dissipate. I have to say, this was a brilliant idea. Maybe a conversation would help kill the sensation. Plus, she wanted to feel the situation out. Just how cooperative were these guys going to be?
Yeah.
He asked, looking around at the absolute chaos in the station bay. It was my sister's idea. I'm beginning to wonder if this was her way of tormenting me. You don't like dogs? That was one way to kill those stupid little electric shocks. Or is it being photographed that doesn't particularly appeal to you? Shaking his head, his gaze returned to hers, and he held up his hands. No, that's not how I meant it at all. These guys have been ragging me all week about this calendar idea. He slowly lowered his hands to his sides. I'm hoping they'll see it isn't so bad. Why did he have to be a nice guy? Even a little cockiness would have gone a long way to put her off. Oh, don't worry about it. They'll be acting like seasoned pros by the time I'm done with them. She looked over the dogs. The dogs, I love them, but it's not easy photographing them. Just getting them to sit still is a challenge sometimes. Do you take photos of animals much? Sometimes. She paused a beat. I like going to the beach. There's an area just for dogs and their owners. In fact, I was there right at sunrise to take a few shots. Dogs aren't predictable, so it'll make for an interesting shoot, to say the least. Her gaze returned to his, and she was momentarily stunned. If she had to rate the current smile he was giving her, it would be a 10. Dazzling would accurately describe it. Bryan was definitely cover material. With the way her pulse raced, she wouldn't even mind if the whole calendar featured only him. Well, we're ready when you are. He stooped to pet a beagle who'd wandered over to them. Elise raked her hand through her hair and walked to the far wall to pull out her equipment, giving herself a moment to find her ducks and put them in rows. Bryan was hot. Hotter than hot, with a smile so magnetic it made her knees a little weak, but he was off limits. At least for now. Not only was it unprofessional to think about him like that, but she wasn't ready. Standing on her own 2 feet meant something to her. Being her own person. Not her parents' daughter or her brother's sister. Just Elise. A woman with a career and the ability to make decisions for herself. Getting involved with someone would make her dependent again. Someone's girlfriend. In her mind, that was no different than depending on her parents. Until Elise could be sure of who she was and what she wanted, she would be single. With the pep talk over, she turned and clapped her hands. All right, guys. Let's get to work. Chapter 3. You're sure this looks okay? Bryan held his arms out, looked down at himself, and then up at Elise. I mean, I trust your expertise and all, but... She nodded. You look great. It didn't help that the other guys standing behind her were teasing him. Come on, pretty boy, show that smile for the camera, Carlos said, cupping his hands to his mouth and adding a catcall. Bryan groaned. Shut up. Elise looked over her shoulder and back to Bryan. Ignore them. I mean it. You look great. Completely adorable too, but she'd keep that tidbit to herself. After working most of the day at the station, spending time with him, she could officially say she had a crush on him. He'd helped Sally with the dogs, kept the guys on task, and, yes, he'd even left at one point to get a cat out of a tree. If she hadn't been in the middle of photographing Harris, she'd have tagged along to get pictures of that. Of course, she was only thinking of marketing material, or so she told herself. Bryan adjusted one of the suspenders holding up his pants and then his helmet. Are you sure? Positive, but if being shirtless makes you feel uncomfortable, I understand. We don't need to do it this way. You can put a shirt on. Although, if there was a vote, she'd choose no shirt. Shirtless Bryan was a sight to behold. Lean and muscular. Not that the other guys weren't, but Bryan, wow. Come on, Derek said. We all did it. You can't chicken out at the last minute. Besides, this was your idea. It's not like I'm the only one this is benefiting, you know. Bryan rolled his eyes, shaking his head. We need the money. Oh, they were going to make money. All 6 guys were attractive and fit. They'd done well posing with the dogs. Elise was confident they were going to rake in big bucks with this thing. Margot joined them and moved around Bryan as she had with the other men, patting his chest and shoulders with powder puffs to tone down any shiny skin. It was clear she didn't mind this particular task. Elise bit back a grin when Margot feigned swooning as she scurried out of the frame. Bring out the dog, Elise called out as she adjusted one of the lights focused on the truck Bryan was leaning against. Sally handed him a fluffy brown terrier fittingly named Scotty. Hey, little guy. Bryan stroked the dog's head as he held him. You ready for this? You're gonna be famous. Chuckling, Elise took a quick photo. I think you'll both be famous by the time this is over. She paused. Okay, Bryan, look this way, please. Make sure you give her your good side, Liam said just loud enough to be heard. No fair. He's flexing. Carlos huffed. Casting a glance over Elise's shoulder, Bryan replied, like you didn't. Hey. She pursed her lips, lifting a single eyebrow as she stared at Bryan. No talking. Save the conversation for later. She released her hair from the clip at the back of her head where it was coming loose, pushing it back from her eyes and reclipping it. Of course, the rest of the guys took her comment as an encouragement to tease him even more, but Bryan didn't reply. Instead, he just shook his head, trying to ignore them, but she could tell they were getting to him. Elise left the camera and approached him. It's just you and me and the dog, okay? No one else is here, and we're just taking a few pictures. Focus on me and Scotty, and it'll be over before you know it. Bryan lifted his gaze to hers, and she wished they were alone in the station. She couldn't remember the last time she wanted to spend time with someone, getting to know them. He nodded slightly, his stance seeming to relax. Thanks. I didn't think I'd feel this awkward. He flicked his gaze to the guys. Plus, they aren't helping. It's okay. Do you want a minute before we start? No, he said, shaking his head as he petted Scotty. Okay. Elise walked back to her camera and took a quick shot. Just act natural. It was a silly thing to say. She wasn't sure he knew how to act any other way, and she was sure he didn't know just how attractive he was. Her time as a photographer had given her a sense of when someone had an ego. Well, none of these guys really had egos. The ribbing they were giving each other struck her as a way of easing the awkwardness they felt at having their photographs taken with the purpose of being featured in a calendar. If they'd fought for their moment in the spotlight, it would have been a different story. That's great, she said as she focused on her camera screen. Adorable. You two are a great pair. He relaxed more and more with each passing second, and before long, she practically had to remind herself to take pictures. He was mesmerizing, so much more so than any of the others. Oh.
Oh no.
Bryan jumped back, holding Scotty at arm's length. He's peeing. That snapped her out of her trance fast. Whoops. She laughed and snapped a few outtakes while Sally cleaned up the mess and Bryan handed Scotty over. I'm surprised there weren't more of those today. Sally nodded. No kidding. Once the mess was cleaned up, Elise waved the guys over. Why don't you all stand next to the truck? Once they were all lined up, Elise took a deep breath as her gaze scanned from left to right. Oh.
Yeah.
They were going to make a killing with this calendar, and she'd be first in line to purchase one. How do we look? Harris asked, running his hand over his short blonde hair. You look awful. Just disgusting. She sighed, making them all laugh. Got it, she thought with satisfaction as she captured a flurry of images. One of these would be perfect for the back cover. In her head, she could see the whole thing coming together. After taking plenty of group shots, it was late afternoon by the time Elise called the shoot done. I think that'll do it, she announced, clapping her hands. Excellent work, guys. I think this is going to be awesome. As the men high-fived each other, her gaze settled on Bryan, and she melted a little. He looked grateful, and for some reason, that meant more to her than any thanks she'd received.
Chapter 4. Impressive. That was the best word Bryan could use to describe Elise Richards. Beyond her undeniable beauty, there was something incredibly sexy about her ability to command the room. He was fascinated as he watched her get lost in her work. A few times in between model switches, they'd struck up casual conversation, mostly centered around the shoot and the dogs. But the more he talked to her, the more he wanted to get to know her. It had been a long time since a thought like that had run through his mind. As he buttoned his shirt, he argued with himself to get it together. She was a professional, and thanks to her, they might have better job security, and maybe even get new equipment. She probably had zero interest in him anyway. Their chats could be attributed to her wanting to make things as easy as possible. Making her subjects feel at ease probably made her job a lot easier. Still, would there be any harm in getting to know her a little better? Would a cup of coffee or a bite to eat be all that bad? It didn't have to mean anything significant, did it? Before he could travel down the path of thoughts best left alone, a knock came from the open locker room door. Turning to face it, he found Elise leaning against the frame, her camera bag slung over one shoulder and a laptop bag over the other. Oh, sorry. She laughed, her cheeks turning an adorable shade of pink. I thought you were fully dressed. He looked down at himself. Jeans, shoes, half-buttoned shirt. You've seen me in less than this today. True, she said, ducking her head, and he was sure her cheeks were now a shade darker. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity. With you being the one spearheading this and all. It was fun. You make it sound a lot more interesting than it is. He chuckled as he finished buttoning his shirt. It really was my sister's idea. But you're the one who had the guts to bring it to the guys. She straightened and lifted her gaze to his. I know that couldn't have been easy. Oh? What gave you that idea? He laughed, slinging his backpack over one shoulder. I thought they did okay, though. They did better than okay. This calendar will be huge for you, and for the shelter. It's a win all around. Hopefully, her enthusiasm would be shared by enough people to make it all worth it. Thanks to you. He smiled. As he closed the distance, she stuck out her hand. The second it touched his, electricity raced up his arm. He'd hoped the feeling would have diminished by now, but it was as equally powerful this time as the last. It was a pleasure. I mean, it was my pleasure. I enjoyed it and was happy to do it. She paused, taking a deep breath. Maybe I should stop talking now. I think it was a pleasure for all of us, he replied, letting go of her hand. I'm looking forward to seeing the pictures. Oh? Would you, like to come over and take a look? I mean, at the pictures? On my laptop? Doesn't have to be tonight. Anytime, really. She covered her face with her palm. I think I left my intelligence at home today. You sure didn't look that way when you were working. He flipped off the lights to the locker room and led her down the hall toward the kitchen. You did great. I've always wanted to be good enough at something to master it. She tilted her head, giving him an amused look. What do you call firefighting? A hobby? He shrugged. You know what I mean. You're a pro. I'll leave that to the people who look at the finished product. Now he could add humble to the things he liked about her. The kitchen was buzzing with dinner prep. Harris stood at the stove, stirring a pot of what smelled like jambalaya, while Carlos and Greg played chess at one of the tables. See you guys. Bryan waved. You're not working tonight? Elise asked after a short goodbye to the guys. No, I just pulled a 24-hour stretch. That's how it goes. I'll have the next 48 off, then 24 again, 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. rinse and repeat, unless there's an emergency that requires all of us to come in. I was off the clock at 7 this morning and just stayed for the photo shoot, which might have been more pressure than fighting a fire. He chuckled. Hey, it wasn't that bad. She elbowed him before eyeing the truck parked in the bay. Wow. So you've been here almost 34 hours. I guess I didn't realize how much time you guys spend here. This place is basically a second home. As they reached the parking lot, Bryan paused as he looked for her car. Yeah, it is, which is why we need the calendar to do well. Obviously, we want to give the town our best, but it would be a lie if I didn't admit it'd be nice to have a fresh coat of paint and some new equipment. Most of all, to keep our jobs. Shrugging, she crossed her arms over her chest. I'd say you guys deserve it. If you have to spend most of your time here, a little comfort isn't too much to ask. A smile played on her lips. Being the heroes that you are. He rolled his eyes. No. None of us thinks of ourselves like that. I certainly don't. I'm not surprised. The words were so soft he barely caught them. She looked down, clearing her throat, and he thought she might even be blushing again. I'd better get home and check out these photos. I already have a few gems in the back of my mind. I can't wait to see them, honestly. In his head, he was forming a way to say bye, but what came out was, I haven't eaten yet, would you want to grab a bite to eat with me? He smiled, wishing his mouth didn't have a mind of its own. My way of saying thanks for volunteering for this project? Tucking a piece of flyaway hair behind her ear, she nodded. Actually, that sounds great. I have spaghetti leftovers waiting for me at home, and they don't sound all that appealing at the moment. Have you tried Lou's seafood and brew? Not yet. Her lips parted slightly, drawing his attention. Light pink, and in his opinion, perfect. Really? Oh, we must remedy that. The fish and chips are to die for. Meet you there, or would you want to ride together? I could bring you back after we eat. Shrugging, she said, sure. He narrowed his eyes. Ah. Wincing a little, she sighed, her cheeks definitely turning pink this time. I mean, together is good with me. A thrill shot through him. Maybe she was as interested in getting to know him as he was her. Or maybe it had been a long day, she was hungry, and she didn't want spaghetti. He didn't need to read anything into her accepting his invitation. It was just grabbing a bite with someone. Someone cute who piqued his interest. Inwardly, he groaned. He should have kept his mouth shut, but it was too late now. If he backed out, she'd think he was crazy. Which, based on how he was behaving when he was around her, he'd agree. Just dinner. Nothing special. He just needed to keep that in the forefront of his mind, and everything would be fine.
Laying her hand over her stomach, Elise pushed her plate away and groaned. Every time. I do it to myself every time. I say, I won't eat that much the next time I come here, and what do? I eat too much. Bryan chuckled as he nodded. I believe you. He groaned and tossed his napkin on his plate. Stick a fork in me. Despite being stuffed, Elise had truly enjoyed her dinner with Bryan. Beyond gorgeous, he was funny, easygoing, and comfortable. They'd spent their time touching different topics ranging from childhood to what brought him to Baker Beach. Although, she wasn't sure he'd given her his whole story. He'd hesitated a little too long when she'd asked about moving to Baker Beach, but they'd just met, and pressing the issue didn't seem right. I'm not sure if I'm glad you turned me onto this place or sad. I can see this becoming a problem. He laughed. Right? She stretched, hoping it would help her stuffed stomach. I always leave miserable but happy.
Yeah.
That's the best way to describe it. He caught her gaze, holding it a moment. I enjoyed this. It was fun. Thank you. He was thanking her. She'd had the best seat in the house, sitting across from him. He was gorgeous when she first met him, and as they'd talked, he'd been firmly put in the adorable and charming category. I did too, and you offered to pay, so I should be thanking you. Again, he held her gaze just long enough to make her wonder if he was feeling the same connection she was. When had she ever had dinner with a man and felt like this? Totally worth it. He lowered his gaze to the table. I can't tell you how grateful I am for your time. I got here 3 months ago, and I've liked living here. I'd like to stay a while longer.
Yeah.
It was a jerk move for the city to offer you a job and then announce a budget that took it away. I'm sorry. Not your fault, and something positive came out of it. He looked up and leaned forward with his arms on the table. I had the pleasure of meeting a talented photographer. Plus, it felt good having a conversation that didn't center around fire or fighting it or, he chuckled. She mirrored him, leaning forward. Or looking at photos, editing photos, or, she smiled. Man, she really liked him. He made her skin tingle. Her mantra of standing on her own 2 feet was getting a beating with each passing moment. I think I needed adult conversation that didn't revolve around my job.
Yeah.
Exactly. He chewed his lip and then asked, You wouldn't want to do this again, would you? I'd say tomorrow, but after almost 34 hours. Elise covered his hand with hers. No, it's okay. I'd be exhausted too. Holding her gaze, an unreadable expression crossed his features before he nodded. Clearing his throat, he said, You ready to head back? In a blink, the entire mood shifted. Whatever thing they'd started or might have started seemed to be over. There was a chance she was reading too much into it, but there was definitely a change in the energy. Sure. She nodded and slid out of the booth at the same time as he did. Pulling out his wallet, he left more than enough to cover their meal and a decent tip. They walked to his pickup in silence, and just as he'd done before, he pulled open the passenger door and waited for her to get in. Once they were back at the station, he walked her to her car. Leaning against the door, she stuck her hands in her jean pockets. I really had a lot of fun tonight. I said thanks before, but really, it was so nice just having someone to talk to.
Yeah.
I'm feeling like I should be the one thanking you, though. I like the guys, but the scenery was better tonight. Rolling her lips in, she held in a little squeal of delight. He was charming, and he was sending all of it in her direction, enough to make her melt. She tucked a piece of hair behind her ear, and her cheeks warmed. You're sweet. Maybe, but I'm not wrong. A second later, a large explosion filled the air, and they flinched. Together, they turned in the direction of the noise, trying to figure out the source of something so loud. There. He raised his arm, pointing into the distance where a cloud of smoke rose from a row of buildings only a block from the bay. The color drained from her face as she reached for his arm and latched onto it. That's in the area where I live. Not a second later, the bell inside the station rang, and Bryan quickly said,
Goodbye.
Even though he was off, he wanted to help. The moment he was gone, Elise got in her vehicle, hoping with everything in her that she was wrong. That she'd miscalculated the distance. Anything to give her a modicum of peace. It lasted until she reached the block where her home sat. With the last little bit of brains she had, she managed to park where she wouldn't be in the way of the fire truck that was now pulling onto the street. Her lungs felt squeezed as her heart raced. No question, that was her perfect little home, her life, burning right before her eyes. Pushing out of her car, she stood with one foot on the ground and one still in the car, gaping at the billowing black smoke pouring out of the row of condos with flames engulfing them. She felt removed from the scene, vaguely musing how surreal it all seemed. Her gaze drifted to the shouts coming from the direction of the fire truck and watched as two men in gear broke open a door. They had to be searching the buildings to make sure no one was caught inside. Returning her attention to the blaze, she hoped no one was hurt and that no one would get hurt. In that moment, she had a vision of what it would be like to love a man like Bryan. He put himself in harm's way as a regular part of his job. Anyone who cared for him would have to be prepared for that every time he went to work. Selfishly, she shrank back a little. She liked him, enjoyed his company, had been interested to learn more about him. But after witnessing this, she realized she was firmly back in the single realm. Why was she even thinking about it? Dating was going to be off the table until she rebuilt her life.
Chapter 5. It could have been a lot worse. Greg removed his respirator, shaking his head. The whole row might have gone up. If the wind had been any stronger today. Forget about it. Bryan nodded slowly, looking up at the burned-out shell that used to be one of a row of condos. They'd managed to fight back the blaze before it engulfed the properties to either side, but the amount of damage to the initial condo pointed to a total loss regardless. Night had long since fallen, and the stench of smoke still hung in the air. The harbor's police department did a good job of holding back the neighbors who'd been evacuated while the fire burned and keeping them behind yellow tape. Once the all-clear was given to those living in unaffected properties, Bryan walked to Elise, who stood with Sally. He had no idea when they arrived, but he'd found Elise in the crowd that had gathered not long after they put out the fire. From the way she stared at the building, he was pretty sure it was her home. He'd seen that same look of helplessness on more faces than he could count. By the way she trembled, he suspected she was still in shock. As he reached her, he took her hand and squeezed it. "I'm so sorry. I wish there was something I could say to make it better." Sally laid her arm across her shoulders. "I think she's in shock." That was more than understandable. Realizing it was her home, it made him all the more glad they'd gone to dinner. "Hey, everything's going to be okay. You didn't have any pets or anything, right?" Shaking her head, Elise's eyes locked with his. "No. It was just me." She sniffed. I can't believe this happened." With a small gasp, her eyebrows knitted together as her eyes widened. "If we hadn't gone to dinner, I would have been in there. But you weren't. You're here and you're safe." Sally wrapped her other arm around her. "Exactly, the rest is just stuff, Elise. You weren't hurt and neither was anyone else." Bryan nodded. "Listen to Sally. She's right. It's all okay." Tears trickled down her cheeks, and she swiped at them with her hand. I don't have anywhere to go. All my things were in there, and... Sweetie, I said you could stay with me. Sally gave her a squeeze. Elise turned to her. I can't do that. She sucked in a ragged breath and began sliding to the ground. Whoa. Slow down. Breathe, Bryan said softly as he caught her. Everything I owned. All of it. My family pictures, oh no. She turned and buried her face in his chest, sobbing against him. I don't even know where to start. He leaned back, tipping her chin up. With one thing at a time. Starting with having you checked out. We'll get to the replaceable stuff in a little while. Lifting her in his arms, he tipped his head to Sally, inviting her to follow him as he carried Elise to the nearest ambulance. I don't know what to do. The words came out through broken sobs. Bryan waved an EMT over. Lee Fillion was a familiar face, along with the rest of the crew the department worked alongside. When Bryan first arrived in Baker Beach, he'd made a point of introducing himself to the people he'd be working with. What do we have here? Lee asked when he reached them. This is Elise Richards. She's the homeowner. Bryan turned to Lee, lowering his voice. Panic attack, most likely. Understandable. Lee nodded and placed a blood pressure cuff around her upper arm. Sally stood by Elise, taking her hand and sandwiching it between her own. This is just awful. Bryan crouched in front of Elise, still wishing he could make things better for her. Her free hand shook as she wiped away fresh tears. I didn't own much. I try to keep things minimal. But even that's gone. I lost everything. Not everything. He smiled. You had your camera with you, right? And all your other equipment, lighting, backdrops, your laptop. The stuff you had while you were at the station today. Being a photographer, I bet you had all your family photos scanned and saved into your computer. Her eyes widened with a glimpse of hope. Yeah, you're right. But all my clothes, she said, seeming to calm little by little as they talked. My jewelry. Things my grandparents gave me. He covered her hand with his, trying to give her as much comfort as he could. Sally said you could stay with her, right? Elise's shoulders sagged as she looked at Sally. And it was incredibly generous of you to do that, but I can't. Sure you can. We'll just shuffle. Shaking her head, Elise cut her off. You have your daughter and her 3 kids, and you're dealing with a divorce. As much as I appreciate it, I can't add another thing to your plate. Bryan looked from Elise to Sally. During dinner, Elise had told him about her parents moving to Florida. Anyone else? I have other friends, and I'm sure they'd offer, but they really don't have the space. Plus, I don't want to feel like a burden. I doubt they'd see you as a burden. Harris joined them at the ambulance. The investigators are here. Will they figure out what caused this? Elise asked. It sounded like a plea more than a question. That's the hope at least. Bryan squeezed her hand. You'd be surprised how often these things happen because of faulty wiring. Lee patted her shoulder, slinging his stethoscope around his neck. I think you're good, but try taking some slow, deep breaths. Do you have insurance? Bryan asked. Elise nodded, taking a breath as Lee suggested. Yes. See? Nothing's hopeless. You have your camera and equipment and photos, and the insurance will help take care of the rest. Sally nodded. Exactly. The most important thing is that you're okay. We'll find you a place to stay. Before he could really think it through, Bryan's mouth went on autopilot. Hey. You know something? I have 2 furnished guest bedrooms, my house is right on the beach, and I'd be glad to have a housemate for a while. Reaching across Elise, Sally touched his shoulder. That's so sweet. That got through to her. Her mouth fell open as she blinked. Oh, Bryan. That's a huge thing to ask. I couldn't do that. You didn't ask, remember? He smiled. I offered. It's just me and Smokey, my golden retriever, in a 3-bedroom house, which means there's more than enough to share. You may as well give in. Harris chuckled. He has a way of getting what he wants, which is how you met us in the first place. Bryan shook his head. Don't listen to him. All I mean is that no one should go through something like this alone. You won't be a burden because there's plenty of space. For a split second, Bryan nearly reconsidered his offer. Not because he didn't want to help her, but because he could see it being easy to get used to having someone around. Well, not just someone, her. He already liked her, and having dinner with her hadn't lessened it in any way. He quickly pushed the thought away. For one thing, this wasn't the time for such thoughts. This was temporary, and there was no way Elise would be interested in him. Plus, his job was dangerous. Who would ever be brave enough to take a chance on him? And on top of all that, like the last woman he cared about had made clear, he wasn't someone worth loving. Nothing about him or his job had changed. He shook his head and forced a smile he didn't feel. Elise could stay with him, and he'd be just as alone when she left.
Chapter 6. Walking to the window overlooking the beach, Elise used her fingers to pull the blinds apart just enough to see a faint hint of the moon hiding behind a thick wall of clouds. In the distance, waves crashed against the shore, and the rhythm soothed her frazzled nerves. I'm fine. I promise. I was wrapping up a job when it happened. She wasn't about to tell her mom she'd been on a date? Not a date, really, but nonetheless, her mom didn't need to know. Of course, her mom was the first person she called when she reached Bryan's home. No doubt with a town as small as Baker, if she hadn't called, her mom would have found out through someone else. That wasn't the way Elise wanted her hearing what happened. Oh, sweetheart? When I think of what could have been. No, Mom, Elise whispered. Let's not think of that, okay? I mean, not that I haven't thought of it, but you know what I mean. Your insurance is all paid up? The second person to bring up insurance that night. Of course, at the time, she suspected Bryan had mentioned it only to comfort her.
Yeah.
All paid up. That much should be fine. But I lost everything that actually matters. Honey, all that matters is you. Everything else is replaceable. Easy for you to say. Elise laughed softly, though her heart wasn't in it. At this point, it was easier to laugh than to cry. You aren't the one who lost all her clothes and underwear. I had to borrow pajama pants and a tee, and I'm swimming in both. Where are you staying? I'm staying with a friend. Elise turned from the window. His name is Bryan Blake. He was one of the men who put out the fire. He felt sorry for me and offered me a temporary place to stay. He lives alone, well, with a golden retriever named Smokey who's currently lying at the foot of my bed and making me feel very safe. She went to Smokey and stooped down to pet him. I suppose that's good, but didn't anyone else offer? Again, she'd keep Sally's offer to herself. She'd been wonderful to even suggest it while dealing with what she was going through and how full her house was. Even knowing all that, her mom would still try to guilt her into staying there instead of Bryan's, despite him having more room. Taking a deep breath, Elise replied, "The fact that someone gave me a place to stay because my house burned down? Yes, Mom, it's very good. Because, honestly, I'm exhausted. All I want to do is sleep at the moment." I know, honey. I'm sorry to give you a hard time. Maybe you should come down and stay with us. Elise had seen that one coming. Closing her eyes, she took another deep breath. My life is here, though. Not anymore, it isn't. Straightening, Elise sat on the edge of the bed. Just because my house burned down doesn't mean my life isn't here. My business is here, and I have clients who have been booked for weeks out. It wouldn't be right to just leave them. She paused. Besides, I need at least a portion of my life to be normal while I sort the other stuff out. Goodness knows I'll need the money from these contracts if I hope to replace all my furniture and the myriad of other things I took for granted. Things like cough medicine, thumbtacks, and stuff most people just had on hand. We could send you the money. It wouldn't be any trouble. I know you'd do that if I asked for it, but I'm not asking. You know how important it is for me to stand on my own 2 feet. Besides, you have Patrick to take care of. I'd rather the money go to him. Patrick is fine. You know that. And you're still our daughter, just as much as he's our son. I know. But it wasn't the same, and it hadn't been since his accident. Nobody would ever understand unless they were in her shoes. Anyway, I'm fine. I'm safe. I'll contact the insurance company tomorrow. I have a house to stay in. Everything's okay. It was true, and she hoped the more she said it, the more she felt it. There was a moment of silence before her mother spoke again. All right. Please keep us posted. You can't possibly call enough times.
Yeah.
I know, Mom. Elise chuckled before ending the call. She stood and walked back to the window, leaning against the frame and staring out into the darkness. Hopefully, she'd get her life back on track in no time. In reality, she didn't have the first clue how she was supposed to tackle it. It seemed overwhelming any time she let herself think about it. No matter how many times Bryan had reminded her to take things one step at a time, she couldn't help but look ahead, searching for a new home, moving in, buying everything all over again. Hey. How's it going? She turned to face Bryan and found him wearing pajamas that nearly matched hers. I thought I'd check on you. See how you're doing. He really was a sweet guy. Thank you. She closed the distance between them and waved her hands down the length of her borrowed pajamas. For, well, all of this. You're welcome. For everything. His smile didn't falter as he held her gaze. I appreciate it. She looked down at the dog who hadn't bothered to lift his chin from his paws when Bryan entered the room. He's a very relaxed guy, huh?
Yeah.
He's my buddy. I'm never in such a bad mood that I can't come home and smile because this guy's here. He dropped to one knee beside the bed and stroked the dog's fur. Isn't that right, bud? Watching him, Elise smiled as the stress melted just a little. He'd been the same way with the rescue dogs. A little flame had flickered when she first met him, dinner had fanned it a little, and now, with the selfless way he'd offered his home, a hearty wind was blowing. The more she was around him, the easier it was to see things going somewhere. When he looked up at her, his brows were drawn together and his mouth tipped downward at the corners. Listen. I got a call from the captain. I wanted to wait until we were sure, but the fire wasn't an accident. Surely, she'd heard Bryan wrong. What? When his eyes caught hers, there was genuine concern in them. The fire started in your condo, and it was set intentionally. Elise reeled. She'd lived in Baker Beach her entire life. Who could possibly want to hurt her? And why? Someone had deliberately tried to hurt her. No, not hurt. Kill. An explosion meant someone was trying to do more than just give her a bruise or some scrapes. Bryan's arms wrapped around her, pulling her close. I don't know the why or how yet, but you're safe here until we find out. Okay? All Elise could do was numbly nod her head as her mind tried to find a reason. She'd lost her home, and it was done on purpose. What was she going to do now?
Chapter 7. The next morning, walking into the station, Bryan greeted Carlos, who was on his way out. Hey. Hey. How is she? Carlos asked, pausing as he reached Bryan. Terrible. He sighed. If that was even close to the right word. She'd finally drifted to sleep near midnight, and that's how he'd left her, along with a note that he'd see her after he went grocery shopping. Shaking his head, Carlos blew out a breath. Who would set an explosion to go off in a photographer's condo? No idea. All right, I should get. My little sister's waiting for me. I'll see you in a few days. Yeah, later, Bryan said as headed for the captain's office. Hopefully, Greg would be in and maybe answer a few of Bryan's questions. Or at least give him enough answers to maybe ease Elise's mind a little. When he reached the office, he knocked on the open door and waved as the captain lifted his head. "Hey, Bryan. Didn't think I'd see you today." Shrugging, Bryan stepped the rest of the way into the office and took a seat across from him. "I'm hoping there's more information about the fire." Greg closed the folder he was reading and slid it across the desk. "Those are just informal notes. The official report is incoming." Bryan took the folder and opened it, silently reading what the inspector had written. The preliminary report didn't include any surprises. Based on the burn pattern, whoever set the blaze had found their way into the house and turned on the stove's gas jets. They'd probably expected the house to fill with gas until Elise returned. By then, all she'd have to do was turn on a light to possibly spark an explosion. If Elise had been home, the result might have led investigators to rule it a fatal mistake or even a suicide. There was a sick sort of neatness to it that pointed to professionals. The investigators needed more time to determine the exact cause, which again left Bryan in disbelief that she'd be involved and wondering who she'd gotten herself mixed up with. On and on, it was a vicious cycle that seemed to take up most of his thoughts. Greg leaned back in his chair. "It looks intentional and like they weren't trying to leave anything to chance. Police do have questions for her." "Yeah, before we left the scene last night, one of them told us someone would be stopping by today." Bryan looked up. "I'm hoping they wait until I'm home so she feels like at least one person is on her side." "I think everyone's on her side. She's the victim here." That was true, but even if it was a small town, it wasn't like they were all best friends, hanging out non-stop. "You know how it is, though. I haven't been here long, but you must have seen for yourself in the past what happens in a situation like this. She had insurance on the place, and she just happened to be out on a job with her most important equipment packed in her car. Convenient, no?" Greg seemed to consider it, rubbing his knuckles along his jaw. "Yeah. When you put it that way, I can kinda see it. I'm sure the guys over at the department will be kind." Bryan had become acquainted with Kyle Newland and his squad early on and liked them well enough. But it's their job to ask questions. She might not like hearing them. He set the folder on the desk and stood. "True. I sure wouldn't." Greg took the folder and tapped the edge on the desk. "Offer her our best wishes, okay? And if she's ever in need of company, she's welcome to hang out here." "I'm not so sure about that." Bryan laughed. "We showed her our good side yesterday, our polite side that we save for company. Once we relax." Greg laughed. "Yeah. Good thinking. Maybe don't extend the invitation. She'd run screaming."
Chapter 8. Is he serious? Or am I being punked? Elise looked from the box-filled cabinet over the kitchen counter down to the dog next to her legs. Smokey had barely left her side since her arrival, even sleeping on the bed with her. She'd woken up about an hour ago after sleeping for most of the day. A few times she'd stirred just long enough to use the restroom and then crawl back into bed. Not until the afternoon had she noticed that Bryan left her a small note saying he'd see her when he was done running errands. After checking email on her phone, she'd finally made her way downstairs. Reaching the first-floor landing, she paused to take in the place. When she first arrived, she wasn't in any shape to appreciate how light and breezy his home felt. The perfect beach house. After making her way to the kitchen to hunt down something to eat, she'd found cabinet after cabinet filled with boxes of just about every type of cereal she'd ever seen. The part that got her was that every single one of them was empty. Well, a couple of boxes held bags with crumbs in them. As someone who was single, she understood it was hard to cook for one, and she often relied on dinners for one or packets of oatmeal for breakfast. But empty cereal boxes? Did he just have an aversion to throwing them away? Who keeps a kitchen full of empty boxes? Smokey looked at her as if he'd maybe wondered that himself a time or two. She crossed her arms and leaned back on the counter. Just as she opened her mouth, the sound of Bryan's truck rumbled to a stop outside, and then the engine died. Instead of hiding the fact that she'd hunted for something to eat, she left out several of the boxes on the counter before turning to face the door. the same one leading to the back deck that they'd used to enter the house the night before. A moment later, he walked in, holding 2 grocery bags. It was almost comical, the way his eyes darted from the boxes on the counter to Elise before crinkling at the corners as he winced.
Yeah.
I meant to warn you about that. I tend to forget to throw things away. She blinked. You forget? About cabinets stuffed with empty boxes? He nodded as he approached the counter and set the bags on it.
Yeah.
I do. It's a bad habit. Is there actual food in those? She asked, nodding at the bags he was holding. Or are they empty too? She made sure it came out as teasing.
Ha! Ha!
He dug in one and pulled out a jug of orange juice. I thought I'd fix something for you if you haven't eaten yet. Really? She took a step closer and pulled one of the bags toward her. You went to the grocery store for me, she asked, looking up at him. Shrugging, he said, I knew you'd probably be hungry when you woke up, and knowing I didn't have any food in the house, I thought it was a good time to do a little grub hunting. They shared a smile while unloading the bags. He'd bought eggs, bread, coffee, fruit, and other staples. Her stomach rumbled at the sight of it as the butterflies returned. It was a sweet gesture. One that really touched her heart. I don't know if you're vegetarian or anything like that. It occurred to me in the store that I should have called and asked, but I wasn't sure if you'd be awake or not. She stood back in wonder while he moved around the kitchen preparing to cook what looked like a small feast. You know, I had no idea people like you still existed. What do you mean? He set the eggs he'd taken out of the bag on the counter and faced her. Shrugging, she looked at the floor. Kind, generous, genuinely good people. You remind me that they do exist. His eyes widened for just a split second before he shook his head and chuckled. No, not really. Offering you a place to stay seemed like the decent thing to do. You volunteered your time to help us yesterday, and I appreciate it. I thought dinner was your way of thanking me. She smiled. It was, and this is too. He turned back to the counter and yawned, bracing his hand on it and shaking his head like he was trying to wake himself up. The man was exhausted, and he'd been kind and thoughtful enough to do grocery shopping after working a full shift the day before. She sidled up next to him and leaned her hip against the counter. You don't have to cook. Go to bed. I'll scratch up something for myself. He turned to her and tired eyes met hers. I'm hungry. His stomach growled like it was punctuating the statement. I guess you are. She chuckled. For the record, I'm not a vegetarian, and no allergies that I know of either. Glancing at her, a smile played on his lips. Just empty boxes, right? Right. He sure was easy to like. Not only was he gorgeous, but he could laugh at himself. It was enough to make her wonder what other things she'd like if she stayed long enough. The fact that she was thinking along these lines at all came as a surprise once the more rational part of her brain spoke up. She was in the middle of the biggest crisis of her adult life, and all she could focus on at that particular moment was how good Bryan looked in front of a stove. Or anywhere, for that matter. Then again, maybe this was exactly the time when things like that should be noticed. When everything else was dark and grim, wondering what it would be like to have someone like Bryan to lean on. I guess I should shower and get dressed so I can start trying to get my life back together. She looked down at herself with a sinking heart. Maybe not. There's no hurry. At least, not on my part. Bryan stopped what he was doing and closed the distance between them. Anyone who's been through this sort of thing takes things at the speed they need to. You think so?
Yeah.
I do. He pulled her into a hug. The most important things survived that fire. Leaning back, he smiled. You and your most important possessions. Elise could barely breathe. The way he held her gaze made her feel like he was speaking about himself more than her. I guess that's true. That couldn't be right, though. She'd been through a life-altering event. With her emotions running high, could she really trust herself to be reading a situation accurately? Especially after he'd pulled away after dinner the night before? Taking a step back, she pulled free from him. Thank you. For everything. I'm going to go take that shower now. I won't take long. Without waiting for a reply, she dashed back up the stairs into the safety of Bryan's guest bedroom where she leaned her back against the door. Her heart hammered in her chest like nothing she'd ever experienced before. If there was ever an appropriate time to douse her body in cold water, it was right this very minute. What on earth was wrong with her? He was a nice man doing a nice thing. He'd said as much himself. Plus, she had a life to get back on track. A business, a career she couldn't allow to falter if she planned on rebuilding. This wasn't the time to get attached to someone she saw as a hero, which was exactly why Bryan appealed to her so much. He'd basically done the slow walk out of a fiery building like something from a movie. It would be inviting heartbreak to think of him as anything more than a nice guy who'd stepped up when she needed a friend. That sort of thinking led to bigger things. Bigger disappointments. And more commitment than she was ready for right now. When she stepped into the shower, she made sure the water was as cold as it would get. All the better to wash away the memory of how Bryan's smile lit her up inside. Chapter 9. Later that afternoon, Elise's stomach churned as a pair of officers sat across from her. With barely any notice, they'd called to let her know they were stopping by. She recognized both of them, one of whom she'd known since she was a little girl. Kyle Newland had been friends with her older brother, Patrick. She hadn't really hung out with them. Mostly because her brother wouldn't let her. She'd more put Kyle firmly in the acquaintance zone. They'd run into each other here and there and use a few minutes to catch up before going their separate ways. The other guy with him seemed to be about Elise's age, with a baby-faced charm that probably earned him a lot of teasing from the other cops. She'd seen him with lots of different girls at local restaurants and bars, so those dimples of his clearly didn't do any harm in that department. Jake Cutter, he said as he shook her hand. I feel like I've seen you around before. She's lived here all her life, except when she went to college. Kyle looked at her. Right? A grin stretched on his lips and made her feel a tiny bit better. She was in the presence of an old family friend. There was nothing to be worried about. Why was she even thinking that? There wouldn't be anything to worry over even if he wasn't there. She had nothing to be nervous about. The fire started when she wasn't anywhere near her house. Can I get you guys something? Bryan asked. No, thanks, we just came from the diner. Kyle removed his hat, revealing dark red hair. And really, this shouldn't take long at all. I understand, Elise, that you were at the station when the fire started? Nodding, she hugged herself.
Yeah.
I was. Kyle held a hand up. These are just standard questions we have to ask when a fire looks suspicious. We're not accusing you of anything. I promise. Elise relaxed a little more. He was right. They were just questions, and she just needed to answer them. Okay. How long had you been at the station? Jake asked. She blinked, trying to recall when she'd arrived and how long the whole shoot took. I arrived at around 11 o'clock. We were shooting until at least 4. I left for dinner and arrived back at the station to get my car at the time of the explosion. Shooting? Kyle asked. Bryan cleared his throat. He'd been hovering near the front door but now moved across the living room.
Yeah.
We're working on a fundraising project for the fire department. It's sort of a quiet thing right now. We're not trying to publicize it yet. What is it? Jake asked, a grin starting to form. I just said it's quiet. Bryan looked to Elise. Anyway, I can vouch for her being there. It was closer to 4:30 when we were leaving. Together? Kyle looked at Elise, his brows lifting. She and Bryan blurted their response at the same time. No. No, no, no. Apparently, neither of them wanted to mention they'd had dinner together. We were leaving at the same time, she said. But we weren't leaving together. Bryan's voice rose on the last word. Not at first, at least. I offered to buy her dinner to thank her for volunteering to help the station with the project we're working on. We went to Lou's Seafood and Brew. We were there a few hours? Maybe a little longer. Kyle made a note. Neighbors have reported an explosion around 7. We heard it when Bryan was dropping me off at my car, Elise nodded. It was so loud. It must have been, to carry that far, though the wind's direction favored it. Kyle scratched his chin with the end of his pen, remembering the weather details from the day before. Where were you before you went to the station for this secret project? I went to the beach yesterday morning before sunrise. I like taking pictures down there, for obvious reasons. I was around the Dog Beach area. That's my favorite spot. She paused, remembering she'd looked at her phone as she returned to her car. I left around 8, went home, and cleaned up. Ran some errands around town, packed my gear into the car, and drove to the station. Kyle sat back in his chair, crossing one ankle over the other knee. Does anyone else have a key to your house? My parents do, but they're all the way down in Florida. No friends with a spare? A neighbor? No, she shrugged. I guess that would be a good idea. In case I ever needed them to go in. You know, like if I thought I might have left the stove on. It was supposed to be a joke, one of her quirks, making jokes in situations when joking was most definitely uncalled for. Clearly, something she needed to work on because it looked like Kyle didn't appreciate the joke at all. Jake coughed to cover up a strangled laugh. Kyle's brows lifted again. Bryan, standing behind them, scratched the back of his head and closed his eyes. Sorry. A tiny laugh escaped her. Bad joke. Kyle tried to be sympathetic, nodding with a soft smile that reminded her of how nice he'd been when she tried tagging along with the boys on their bike rides and adventures by the bay. He hadn't shoved her away or called her names. He'd always been kind, even when Patrick hadn't. Back to the question. Boyfriends? He asked. She shook her head. None. No one? Jake asked, his eyebrows lifting. No, she said with a little more force in the word this time. It's just that I can't imagine. Jake glanced at Kyle, who glared at him. Right. Sorry. He tucked his chin to his chest and rolled his lips in. Kyle brought his attention back to Elise. So no ex-boyfriends who might have a key? No, really. I don't date a lot. Why couldn't she look at Bryan when she said it? He wasn't interested in her any more than she was interested in him. They were silly feelings most likely brought about by the interrogation she was in the middle of. I'm usually working. Always, actually. My schedule is insane. Kyle sighed heavily. You know I don't want to ask this, in fact, I can't imagine you giving me any names. But I have to anyway. Do you have any enemies? Business gone awry? Rivals? None that I know of. I mean, I don't go around making enemies. As for business rivals, I don't know. She shrugged, feeling helpless as she looked back and forth between the two cops. I keep my head down and my eyes on my work. I get a lot of word-of-mouth referrals. I've never worried much about rivals. For some reason, she had the feeling they didn't quite believe her, but again, with as much as had happened, her ability to really feel a situation out wasn't at peak performance. Kyle might not know her, but surely he knew she wouldn't burn her own home down. She had no reason to and no reason to worry about all his questions. One look at her finances, and they'd see she was telling the truth. She wasn't rolling in cash, but she was making enough to live comfortably. All she had to do was keep it together long enough for the investigation to be over, and then life would go back to normal.
Chapter 10. Standing on the back deck with Kyle after Officer Cutter left, Bryan shot him a glance. "What do you think?" Bryan knew Kyle had a history with Elise and wondered if maybe he'd had any ideas for who might have started the fire. "I think she's been through a lot." He sighed. "I've known her most of my life, and I've only ever seen her shaken this badly one other time." Bryan wished he didn't feel that slight twinge of jealousy when Kyle spoke of knowing Elise. "You two are friends?" "I guess I didn't realize that." Earlier, Bryan had taken her in his arms in an attempt to comfort her, but it had backfired. He liked how she felt against him. When he leaned back, it was hard to keep his focus off her lips, and his mind off kissing her. A lame, idiotic thing to even think at a time like this. She needed a friend and nothing more. Although, when she'd pulled free, it stung a little. A good reminder that she wasn't looking for a relationship. Something he didn't need either. "Not really. I was friends with her brother, Patrick. It was a real shame what happened to him." Bryan frowned. "What do you mean?" She'd failed to mention anything traumatic happening, but with the way Kyle said it, it most definitely fell in that category. Kyle winced, glancing into the house through the sliding glass door. He waved for Bryan to follow him, then led the way to the car he'd parked alongside the house. "Sorry," Kyle said as he stopped at the car. "I didn't want her to walk out and hear me talking about her brother." Bryan nodded and waited for Kyle to continue. "Patrick was the star of the family." He kept his voice low. "The poster boy for the all-American kid. Great at sports, excellent student, good guy. Never in any trouble. Everyone loved him, knew him by name. We were 14, about to start high school in the fall." Kyle leaned against his cruiser, arms crossed over his chest, staring out at the ocean. "We were out there. Not that exact spot, but at the beach, goofing around just like any other day. Jumping waves, you know. I'm still not sure what happened to this day, honestly. I can't tell you how many times I've been over it in my head." He turned his face from the water, and Bryan saw pain in his eyes. "A wave knocked him down. I mean, slammed into him. Slammed him right into the sand. The doctors said it hit him at just the right angle at just the right moment. His spine snapped up near his neck. Made him a quadriplegic. He can understand what people say, but he can't communicate. Trapped in his own body." Bryan sucked in a sharp breath. "Oh, wow. And you were there?" "I can't imagine how I'd feel about that." He couldn't imagine how Elise felt either, but he could understand some. She may not have actually lost a sibling, but he could see the emotions being the same. "It was. I thought he was dead when he washed up. And then, when I heard what happened, when you're a kid, you can't grasp something so huge. To hear some people talk, he might as well be dead. People can be that way, yeah. That was the only other time I've seen Elise that's shaken up." Kyle sighed. "I didn't see her much after that. Everything centered around Patrick and what was best for him. Her parents, their lives revolved around her brother. His therapy, nurses, and progress. They moved him to Florida for better care sometime while Elise was away at school." Bryan made a note of this, tucking it away to think over sometime later. What would it have been like for her to know her parents packed up and moved away while she was in another city? When she couldn't be part of it? What would it feel like to have parents throw themselves into caring for her brother? It would have been easy for them to force her into the background, making her feel invisible. "So she doesn't strike you as the type to make enemies, then?" It came out like a question, but it was rhetorical. "Not even a little bit." Kyle shook his head. "I can't understand it. Unless it was some sort of prank gone wrong. Vandalism. That could be it. We'll know more once the report comes in, but there's always the chance the vandal was trying to cover their tracks and the explosion wasn't the ultimate goal." Bryan's brow furrowed. "Something interesting that keeps coming back to me. The house blew, yeah, but not sky high. Not in pieces, the way it would have if the entire house had been filled with gas. Right? It would have taken the homes on either side if that was the case." "You're probably right, though you'd know more about that than I would," Kyle replied. The house was still mostly in one piece. Bryan crossed his arms over his chest. Burned out, but there. The gas couldn't have been on long enough for Elise to have left it that way for hours. People would have smelled it coming from the house as they walked past. There's no such thing as a completely sealed-off structure when there are doors and windows involved. Nodding, Kyle seemed to digest what Bryan was saying. And that area gets plenty of foot traffic. Someone would have smelled it if it had been on for that long. Bryan flicked his gaze to Kyle. What if whoever did this knew she was out of the house and wasn't trying to kill her? What if they were only trying to send a message? Like what? Again, she doesn't have enemies. That she knows of. She keeps her head down and minds her business. That's nice for her but doesn't explain how other people feel. Maybe they wanted to shut her down. They might have been hoping to destroy her equipment too. Taking a deep breath, Kyle shook his head and let it out slowly. We have more digging to do. I don't mean to step on your toes. Bryan waited while Kyle slid behind the wheel and closed the door. I'm not trying to. I understand. Kyle smiled, reaching through the open window to shake his hand. You want to help her. She needs it. Especially if there's someone out there who wants her out of the equation for one reason or another. Bryan wished he wasn't thinking that someone would hurt her, because now he felt even more protective of her. He liked Elise. Given the opportunity and if the timing was different, if he was different, he'd be thinking about asking her out. As it stood, he just needed to help her find the creep who burned her house down, and soon. Then she could get on with her life, and he could do the same.
Chapter 11. Chewing her thumb, Elise kept her gaze on Kyle, who was no doubt telling Bryan all about Patrick. Unless, of course, there was a chance she was just being paranoid. Long ago, she'd learned she wasn't the center of anyone's universe. But considering the way Bryan threw glances at the house, she had a feeling her suspicions weren't off. A girl didn't spend the majority of her life involved in her hometown's greatest tragedy without knowing what it meant when people held whispered conversations nearby. It wasn't like Bryan was never going to find out. Honestly, it was a wonder he hadn't already known. It was only a matter of time anyway. He'd want to know more about the woman sharing his house. One lone shared dinner wasn't going to cut it now. So long as he didn't decide he'd made a mistake or that she was too much trouble. For a second, her chest tightened painfully at the mere idea of him thinking she was more trouble than she was worth. Which was unfair to him, wasn't it? He was only doing this, letting her stay with him, helping her feel safe, not because of any feelings he had for her, but because he was a nice guy and nice guys did things like that. Bryan waited a few minutes after Kyle drove away before coming back inside. In an effort to hide that she'd been spying, she busied herself with the dishes. She couldn't stand around wringing her hands, wondering, when she was busy scraping eggs off the pan Bryan had used. When he entered the house, she struggled to keep a casual tone in her voice. What did Kyle have to say about me? She asked with a wide smile, contrasting his perfect features bunched together in a frown. We weren't talking about you. She rolled her eyes, tilting her head to the side. Come on. I don't even know you all that well, but I know lying is beneath you. Tell me the truth. What was he saying? Was he talking about Patrick? His frown deepened. I wasn't trying to dig for information. I didn't think you were, honestly. She added the last word when Bryan lifted an eyebrow. Kyle's one of the people who feel sorry for me whenever he sees me. We can't have a conversation without the specter of my brother hanging over us like a cloud. Don't get me wrong. I love Patrick, and I know how close they were. I'm just saying it's never far from his awareness when we're together. What makes you so sure? She tapped the side of her head. Call it a sixth sense people develop over the years. I'm sorry to hear about what happened. Truly. He leaned against the counter, picking up a towel and half-heartedly wiping a plate she handed over. Thanks. It was one of those freak things, you know? A reminder of how everything can change in an instant. She stopped in the middle of rinsing a bowl, shaking her head and chuckling at herself. Wow. You'd think having my house go up in flames wouldn't come as such a huge surprise, wouldn't you? Since I should be prepared for the unexpected. A faint smile lifted Bryan's lips as he finished the plate and moved on to the bowl she'd rinsed. Like he understood how she felt. I don't think anyone is ever prepared, no matter how much they tell themselves they will be. I guess you've seen enough people in the middle of tragedy to know, she murmured, making him wince. I hope I'm not talking out of turn. You're not. And yes, I've seen plenty of dazed people whose lives were cruising along on a set path until that one single moment everything changed. A match wasn't completely out when someone tossed it into the trash. Someone fell asleep with a lit cigarette or while a candle burned. The lint trap on the dryer wasn't cleaned. It happens all the time. He lowered the bowl and towel with a heavy sigh. A guy got drunk with friends and decided it was a good idea to get behind the wheel. He veered into oncoming traffic and struck a car carrying a young married couple who had a little boy, and they died. For one brief, sickening moment, Elise thought he might be talking about himself, and she wondered how that might affect how she felt about him. So far, he'd been nothing but great. Would a stupid mistake change that? She liked to think she was open-minded enough to know people weren't perfect, but drunk driving? She wasn't so sure she could be that forgiving. Who was it? She whispered with her heart in her throat, the dishes seeming unimportant now. He didn't lift his gaze from the counter. My sister, Hannah, and her husband. They died that night. I was at the firehouse, playing poker with the guys, coming up on the end of a 36-hour shift on a Friday night. I was looking forward to having the whole weekend off, which hadn't happened in ages. We were supposed to go to our mom's for dinner on Sunday night. It's funny, the things you remember. Everything was one way, then it was another. Just like that. The snapping of his fingers shook her from the thoughts rattling around in her head. So he did understand, at least a little. I'm so sorry, she whispered, which was as much as she trusted herself to say without crying outright. It wasn't often she met anyone who understood and didn't try to fix her. Shrugging, he lifted his head. My sister, Holly, is raising my nephew, Jack. He's a great kid. That bit of information didn't surprise Elise. If Holly was anything like Bryan, she was probably someone Elise would get along with really well. So far, he was a good man and, in her eyes, growing better the more she got to know him. She hated that he'd been through that kind of loss. If anything, she wished she could take it from him. The thought jarred her. That hearty wind she'd felt the day before, fanning the flame, was turning into a tornado. If she wasn't careful, she'd fall for him. At the moment, she wasn't sure she wanted to be safe anymore.
Chapter 12. Walking down the beach with Elise, Bryan kept his focus on Smokey. He dropped an emotional bomb on her. It was the last thing he should have done, but it had just poured out of him before he saw it coming. She'd been standing there, talking about Patrick, and the next thing he knew, he was telling her about Hannah. I didn't mean to drop all of that at your feet. After all the heavy talk back at the house, they both needed a chance to clear their heads. Smokey ran ahead, fetching the stick Elise had thrown for him to chase. She hugged herself and shook her head. You didn't drop it. I could have let the whole Kyle thing go, but I didn't. Call it the result of years of never mentioning the elephant in the room. She shivered from the breeze coming off the ocean. He wished he'd worn a jacket or sweatshirt over his tea, if only to have something to offer her. Reaching down to take the stick from Smokey, he asked, What do you mean? Elise scratched Smokey behind the ear before patting his head with a wide smile. The dog just about melted with happiness. Patrick is always the elephant in the room. Not as much now as when the accident first happened. No matter where I went, people were thinking about him, wondering if he was okay and if my parents were okay after spending all their energy taking care of him. He was always there, even if people didn't want to bring him up. I could see it in their eyes, in the way it looked like they were trying to put on a brave face. She came to a stop, turning to face the water. What was the point of them being polite and asking me how I was doing when I knew that wasn't the real question? They were never thinking of me. It was always him. Even my parents. Always thinking about him. Worrying. Planning for him. He stood next to her, the incoming tide swirling around their bare feet. Neither of them said a word for a long while as Smokey played in the surf. Out of the three of them, he seemed the most content to enjoy the day. She toed the sand and sighed. I'm a horrible, selfish person for thinking any of that, especially when my brother has had to deal with so much worse. He'll never live a normal life. Tears pooled in her eyes. None of it was his fault, and I don't blame him. I love him and miss hearing his voice. And the community, and my parents, were just worried about him. She paused, looking out over the water. I just felt lost in the shuffle. My identity disappeared in his shadow. I think anyone in your shoes would have the same thoughts and feelings. Turning to him, she rubbed her arms. I sure feel terrible. You're the only person I've ever admitted any of this to. Lucky you. It had to be lonely, bottling those feelings up and keeping them to herself. He had no idea what it would have been like to be a kid and go through it, knowing her brother was the only person anyone was thinking about. It had to be tough. He wrapped his arms around and pulled her flush against him. The second he did, she buried her face in his shoulder and took a deep breath. It didn't take any effort to picture himself standing on the beach every day, holding her for as long as she'd let him. It rocked him back a little until he reasoned with himself. She was hurting and needed comfort. Of course, she'd respond to him. Not only was she dealing with her home going up in flames, but it was clear she still struggled with her brother's accident. He understood that. Sometimes, when he went to dial Hannah's number to tell her something, it brought back the pain of losing her. I'm sorry, she said, the words muffled against his shoulder. I keep putting you in this position. I'd let you know if I minded. He chuckled. Leaning back, she kept her arms tucked against his chest. I haven't felt safe telling anyone that stuff. The words had barely left her lips before she stepped away from him. I've never been able to stand weak people, which makes this a very awkward situation for me. Weakness? I don't think that makes anyone weak. It takes a lot of strength to admit things when you're not sure how the other person will take it. Shaking her head, she smiled. You're only saying that because you're a nice person. What's so bad about being nice? He nudged her with his elbow. She tried to hide a laugh but failed. I don't know. I'm all twisted up inside. Nothing makes sense. Which is completely normal. Your world's been turned upside down. Of course you feel twisted up. Who wouldn't? I'd be more worried if you weren't. Elise raised an eyebrow. You're not messed up. You're just about the only thing that makes sense, which doesn't make sense at all. My house didn't just burn down. She rolled her eyes. Really? Her life wasn't the only one mixed up with everything spinning out of control. Elise walking into his world had his whole view of life in a whirlwind. He was just better at hiding it. If he'd just lost his home, he wouldn't be dealing with it half as well as she was. I know what you mean. He laughed. Not much is making sense in my world either. Moving to Baker Beach was meant to get him away from anyone or anything that made him want more than what he had, a career that he loved and a simple life. It was supposed to take away any distractions or desires for more. But meeting Elise, and now her living with him, was messing with his head, making him wonder, what if, when nothing about him had changed? Her eyebrows knitted together. What's that mean? Are you okay? I mean, if you need me to go and give you your space. No. You're fine. She was too quick to take the blame for things that weren't her fault. I shouldn't have said anything, but I guess you aren't the only one needing a little head clearing. I hope I don't make you regret staying with me. In one swift move, she stood on her tiptoes, brushing her lips against his cheek. To him, it seemed unplanned, but it left him breathless and resisting the temptation to take her in his arms and kiss her. This is never going to work. There isn't a woman in the world who could put up with this, or with you. He could hear every word just as clearly as he had when they were first fired at him just a few nights before what was supposed to be his wedding. And just like that, the temptation was gone. What was he thinking, letting himself even entertain the thought of caring for someone? He wasn't cut out for that life. Elise would get tired of him, just like Courtney had. He wasn't sure he could handle that sort of heartbreak again, or the betrayal. Plus, getting involved with Elise when she was in the middle of a crisis would be taking advantage of her, and he wasn't that kind of guy. She needed a place to stay and someone to lean on. That was all. "We'd better get back," he said, putting distance between them. "You have pictures to edit, and I promised to make dinner. My grandmom's sauce cooks for hours, so I better get started." Blinking, she quickly nodded her head. Right. I do need to look through those pictures." For a split second, he thought she looked wounded, but it was just the situation she was in. Her emotions were all tangled up, as any normal person's would be. Sure, she'd had dinner with him, but that didn't mean she wanted anything beyond a good meal and decent company. He sure didn't want anything beyond that. All it would take is a few days of dealing with his schedule before Elise came to the same conclusion. He just had to keep his head on straight and remember she just needed a friend.
Chapter 13. With her work planner handy, along with her phone on the counter with the speakerphone on, Elise waited for her client to answer the phone as she fried bacon. Bryan would be home soon, and she wanted to do something for him for a change. It had been a little more than a week since he'd offered to let her stay, and this was her way of saying thanks. Normally, she wouldn't call clients so early in the morning, but Marissa worked at a sleep study center, so she had hours much like Bryan. The last time they'd had a chance to speak, Elise hadn't been nearly as awake during the call. "Hello?" A voice on the other end filtered through the phone. "Hi, Marissa. This is Elise Richards. I'm calling to confirm our appointment for this afternoon." After a quiet little choking noise, Marissa gasped. "Oh. This is awkward." Elise squeezed her eyes shut. "Is anything wrong?" She took a quick peek to make sure she hadn't looked at the wrong date. Nope, right date. This was supposed to be a normal, run-of-the-mill family session. The sort of thing she'd been doing for years. She'd never received a reaction like this before, though. "I knew I should have called you, but my husband was the one who took the call from Andy's office," Marissa said. "What did that have to do with Elise?" "I'm sorry, I don't know what that means." "Andy who?" Marissa responded with a nervous laugh. "Andy Adams. You know, that photographer on the other side of town? My husband knows him, and Andy called him yesterday to say you had an accident and wouldn't be able to do our shoot. I guess they talked about it before. I don't know. So we rescheduled with him for tomorrow instead. Like I said, I wouldn't have made that arrangement without calling you first, but I did think my husband at least called you after the fact. I guess we got our wires crossed." What in the world was going on? Since when did other photographers call up and poach her clients? How in the world did Andy, whoever he was, find out about the fire? Elise put on her professional hat and replied,
Yeah.
"It's okay. Those things happen. I'm fine and working, so I'm not sure where this Adam got his information. But I hope you call me next time you need photographs taken." For the first time, she started to wonder whether she'd made an enemy without knowing about it. When the police had asked her, she'd been absolutely sure of herself when she told them she had no enemies. Before the fire, she would have been confident she knew, but this was making her question herself. After a few moments of more apologies from Marissa, Elise ended the call, still not really understanding why or how she'd lost a booking. It didn't make sense, but then again, another one of her dad's philosophies had guided her. Always keep your eyes on your own paper. It had served him well in business and in life. Don't worry too much about what the other guy is doing. Worry about what you're doing. She had to live with herself, not the other guy. How could she have rubbed anyone the wrong way while doing that? It wasn't like she trolled the competition and went around actively stealing clients. The way some people clearly did. She was so absorbed in her thoughts and keeping the bacon from burning that she didn't even hear Bryan's pickup stop next to the house. Smokey went to greet him, circling like mad at Bryan's feet when he entered. "Hey, boy." Bryan beamed, dropping to one knee. He lifted his gaze to Elise's. "Hey, what are you doing up?" Moving to the side, she tipped the frying pan to show what she was doing. "I thought you'd want something to eat before going to bed." Straightening, Bryan walked to her and smiled. Thanks. You didn't have to do that." She knew that, but he'd called several times to make sure she was okay. It was sweet, and she'd appreciated not feeling so alone anymore. "I know, but the last time you came off a shift, you grabbed a small bowl of cereal and said if you weren't so tired, you'd cook a real breakfast. You've been so..." Before she could get the rest of the sentence out, he wrapped his arms around her and hugged. "Thank you. I think this is the nicest thing anyone has ever done for me." Hugging him around the chest, she smiled. When she decided to cook breakfast, she figured she'd get a thank you, but the hug attached to it made her pulse jump. "You're welcome." She leaned back. "Want to tell me about your day?" She'd tell him about Andy later. Nothing much happened. A few fires, but all easy ones. He smiled, and her gaze dipped to his lips. More than once, she'd caught herself daydreaming about kissing him. "How about you?" It was suggested that maybe I called too much. His voice grew softer with the last few words. "I didn't think so. I'm perfectly capable of telling someone if they're bugging me. You'll never fit in that category." She chuckled. When he didn't respond, she cupped his cheek. "Are you okay?" Nodding, he held her gaze as the tension built to the point that she could feel it in her chest. Before she could stop herself, she lifted on her toes and circled her arms around his neck. She could picture this exact scene playing over and over for years. Holding on to each other when it seemed the world was too much to handle alone. Just when she thought he'd bring his lips down to hers, the pop of bacon pierced the bubble she'd been lost in, and he pulled back. She chuckled. I guess it would be good if the bacon didn't burn." "Probably." Bryan touched his lips to her forehead, and her skin tingled. It was sweet and comforting, which seemed to sum his character up as a whole in her mind. "How about you tell me about your day while we eat breakfast?" "Okay." Elise was more than a little disappointed that he'd agreed with her. At the moment, she wanted his kisses more than she'd wanted anything, but with the way his stomach grumbled, it was time to eat. He was probably only trying to comfort her with his embrace, and she'd almost taken it to another level. He slowly loosened his hold on her, and they worked on scrambling some eggs and setting the table. It was nice. Depending on someone and being depended on. It didn't feel suffocating or like weakness to need someone else. More like satisfying. The way he'd lit up and hugged for something as simple as breakfast. Once everything was ready, they sat at the table, quietly eating. About halfway through the meal, Bryan came up for air and took a swig of orange juice. "This is delicious." "Thank you again. You cooked the eggs." "All I managed to do was get a few slices of bacon done." He gave her a crooked smile.
Yeah.
"But I think this is a case of the thought counting." He stabbed some eggs with his fork, took another bite, and swallowed. "So, your day?" Her poached client roared back to mind. "Nothing much. Just checking out the jerk who stole the client I was supposed to work with tomorrow." Setting his fork down, Bryan's eyebrows knitted together. "Who?" "Andy Adams. He's a photographer that lives on the other side of town." "And he stole a client?" Nodding, she gave a quick version of her call with Marissa. "Somehow, this man knew about the fire and called to cancel the session. I guess I buy the idea of him being friends with the husband and, I don't know, the husband complaining that he had to give up his day off to have pictures taken. But to put it all together like that? He'd have to know about the fire first, and it's not like my name was blasted all over the news." For him to have thought to call his friend and reschedule, he must have had time to think about this in advance. Crossing his arms over his chest, Bryan sat back. I think we need to pay him a visit tomorrow. Elise shook her head. No, you don't need to do that. He dropped his arms and picked up his fork again, taking bites in between talking. Why not? If he's got a problem with you that's big enough to make him break into your house and turn on the gas, I don't want you going over there alone. I never said I was going anywhere. You're the one who said that. He chuckled. Tell me you weren't already thinking of going. She rolled her eyes. Of course I was, but that's not the point. Taking the last bite of his food, he washed it down by polishing off his juice. I'll clean up the kitchen, catch a few winks, and then we'll head over there. He stood, picking up his plate as he did. Jumping to her feet, she palmed his chest. I'll clean up the kitchen. You go get some sleep. If you happen to wake up later, we'll go see him. Okay? But you cooked. And you worked. I've got it. She sauntered away from the table, glancing at him over her shoulder. Get some sleep. His grip on the plate loosened as he held her gaze a moment. Okay. He walked to the stairs and paused. I know I said thanks, but really, this meant a lot to me. He tapped the banister and disappeared up the stairs, leaving her heart happier than it had ever been. Another one of his qualities she'd add to the list of things she liked about him, gratefulness for the small things. Or small to her. He appreciated her. For once, there was someone who didn't think of her as invisible. It was a feeling that would be easy to get used to. Smiling to herself, she cleared the table while daydreaming about his kisses. Now that she knew what it was like to be so close to kissing him, they were all that more fantastic. Chapter 14. As Elise sat in the passenger seat of Bryan's sleek black truck, she looked out the side window to the storefront across the street with her heart in her throat. She pulled her gaze from the store to Bryan, taking a quick glance. Thanks to their almost kiss, it had been awkward since he'd woken up a little more than an hour ago, which had stung a little. But she chalked it up to the mission they were on. Instead of giving her every reason in the world not to confront the man like most people would have done, he'd not only backed her up, but he'd driven her across town to do it. Still, nearly kissing him had been a bad idea. She'd acted too impulsively. She sure hadn't planned on it. He'd been standing there, eyes sparkling and a goofy smile like she'd hung the moon just by simply cooking him breakfast. You're sure this is what you want to do on your day off? She asked. Dark sunglasses hid his eyes, but the wide grin he shot her had an edge to it. Positive. I'm looking forward to it. Now, listen. She turned in the passenger seat, angling to position herself between him and the modest little storefront sitting at the far end of Baker Beach's commercial district. The businesses in this area were a bit low rent, but Andy still had a leg up on Elise. He had his own storefront, while she worked from home when she wasn't shooting a client. Bryan slid the sunglasses up, resting them on top of his head. I'm not going to jump to conclusions, and I won't breathe a word unless you ask me to. I'm only here to have your back. I promise. Elise was near giddy with the thought that he felt protective of her. Thank you for coming with me. She wrapped the hem of her shirt around her finger as she cast her gaze to the seat. Really? I've felt alone, forget it. Why was she even saying anything? Sure, they'd grown closer, almost kissed, but that didn't mean he wanted her dumping all her emotional baggage on him. Hey. He touched her shoulder, letting his hand slide down her arm. It's okay. I think I know how you feel. Sometimes, being on your own isn't all that great. Sure, you do what you want, but it's not nearly as great as having someone with you. As she lifted her head, their gazes locked. Exactly. He set his hand on the door latch. Let's go find out why Mr. Adams decided he needed to steal one of your clients. Nodding, she let out a long sigh.
Yeah.
I guess it's now or never. I don't expect him to come out and admit to setting up the explosion. But if he starts acting shady, we'll know to take his name to the police. Up to that point, Elise had been pretty confident about confronting Andy Adams, but now? Not so much. Her knees shook as she climbed down from the truck and crossed the street, her pulse pounding. Whoever this man was, he was a liar. He'd stolen from her. She had to remind herself of these things to keep from chickening out. Bryan's hand came to rest on the small of her back as they reached the storefront. You can do this. I know you can. He winked. Just like that, her fears were fading away. He had her back, and he was right. She could do this.
Coming home to an excited Smokey was expected, and if Bryan was honest, he'd been expecting Elise too because she'd waited for him the last few times he'd returned from a shift. What blew him away was her cooking breakfast for him. To most, it probably wasn't a big deal, but to him, it was on par with running into a burning building. Then she'd gone one step further and almost kissed him. At first, he'd been taken off guard, but it was quickly replaced with desire. His head and his heart had waged war, and his head had finally won. They had to be careful, or they would both be hurt. Even holding her, cooking breakfast with her, and then sitting down to eat was risky. All mundane things to other people, but not to him. But he couldn't help his desire to get to know her better. She'd even cleaned up the kitchen so he could get some sleep. He hadn't told her he'd set an alarm so he wouldn't sleep the day away. Not only did he not want to chance her confronting Andy Adams on her own, but he wanted to spend time with her. Now, as they walked into the Andy Adams photography studio, the woman who'd been brave enough to almost kiss him was flat out terrified. He'd already figured out she wasn't the type of person who enjoyed conflict, far from it. That was probably part of the reason why she avoided the photography competition. Life was simpler when a person walked their own path and ignored everyone else. She wasn't used to calling people on their tricks and lies. She might not even have known tricks and lies were going on around her. It was either innocence or ignorance, which if he were a betting man, he'd go with innocence. One of the reasons he wasn't about to let her meet this Andy person alone. They both blinked hard to adjust their eyes to the sudden change, going from a sunny day to a dimly lit front office. The walls were lined with dozens of framed pictures, some of them old enough that the images had started to yellow. A pair of metal chairs sat in front of a simple desk. There was a large clunky monitor perched on one corner and an equally clunky keyboard. Whoever Andy Adams was, he didn't care much for advanced technology. A door opened, and out strode the man he knew had to be Andy. He stopped short as he realized who was waiting for him. Bryan looked at Elise. Putting her hands on her hips, she pinched her lips together and glared at him a second. She was terrified and hiding it as well as she could. You can tell me what business you have calling and canceling my sessions with new clients. Andy blinked, looking from Elise to Bryan. You the boyfriend? He asked with a small tremor in his voice. No, but I can do all the things an angry boyfriend can do. Bryan straightened to emphasize his point. Elise nudged him. Right. He wasn't supposed to talk. He was the silent threat. Licking his lips, Andy said, Listen. I didn't mean anything by it. I heard about your fire, and I called my friend Jim since he'd said they were doing a session with you today. I didn't know if he heard about it or what, but I figured he should reach out to you and make sure you were still available, you know. He took a day off for the session and everything. Right. She narrowed her eyes as she nodded. Elise didn't believe him any more than Bryan did. Anyway, that's all I did. He asked if I could do it. I figured, sure, I'll do a friend a favor. Of course, he thinks he's getting a discount, but that's another story. I didn't go into it trying to steal your job. I swear. He looked from Elise to Bryan, his hands held up in defense. Really? Ask anyone. I'm not like that. I've been in this business for decades. I don't steal clients. How did you know about the fire? Bryan asked. That was the question they really wanted answered. My daughter and son-in-law live a few doors down from there. Andy let out a short little laugh. Don't tell me you've never seen me around. I've seen you 100 times. Elise's mouth fell open. No. I honestly don't recognize you. I'm sorry. You went to school with my daughter. Andy tilted his head. I thought for sure you knew she lived there. Well, that's life. Sometimes we don't see things when they're right in front of us because we're busy with other things. He looked at his watch. Which reminds me, I have a quick session in a few minutes before getting together with Jim and Marissa later. He then gave a little start. Oh, gosh. Unless you want the job back. Listen, I completely understand if you do. Like I said, it was all a mix-up. No, Elise shook her head and sighed. Go ahead. They're expecting you now. Only if you're sure. I'm positive. I'm sorry I didn't know who you were. I guess I really do keep my eyes on my own lane. Shrugging, Andy walked to his desk and opened a drawer. I think we all get like that sometimes. I'm really sorry about taking your client. A smile lifted the corners of Elise's lips. I did have a fire, and you had no idea if I had equipment or not. It was just a misunderstanding. The man looped a large bag over his shoulder and approached them again. It really was, and I'm sorry about your fire. Did you lose your equipment? I have an extra camera you can use until you get everything worked out. He smiled. It's one of those newer models that I've been trying to figure out, but, he looked over his shoulder, I think it's safe to say new technology isn't my thing. Chuckling, Elise's posture softened a little more. I actually do have my equipment, but that's a really sweet and generous offer. Thank you. Anytime. After a round of handshakes and goodbyes, Bryan and Elise stood on the sidewalk, watching Andy get in his car and drive away. As it disappeared down the road, Elise palmed her forehead. I can't believe I thought he was the person responsible for setting my house on fire when he was just a nice man running a business. Offering you his equipment was a step beyond nice. She dropped her hand and looked at Bryan. I know. I can't believe I didn't notice him before, or his daughter. Now that I think about it, I remember a girl with the name Adams in my class. I've been living on her block all this time, and I didn't even know it. She paused. And what does that say about me? That I don't even remember the people living on my street? Honestly? I think it makes you human. It's easy to fall into a routine, forget the world outside of us exists, and that there are people all around us. It's life. Slowly, she nodded. Yeah, I guess that's true, but it doesn't make me feel like any less of a heel. His daughter and I went to school together, and if you asked me to pick her out of a lineup, I couldn't. Taking a step back, she'd misjudged her distance to the curb. Her arms pinwheeled as she lost her balance and started falling back into the street. Instinct kicked in before Bryan knew what was happening. He reached out, taking her by the waist and pulling her to him. You were saying? No clue. Holding his gaze, she smiled. You saved me again. Most likely only my dignity, but still, I'd put that firmly in the save category. It was just instinct. His gaze lowered to her lips, and the temptation to kiss her hit him square in the chest. She'd just lost everything. How could he be sure it was him she wanted and not the guy coming to her rescue? The one that was more fantasy than reality? Swallowing hard, he loosened his hold on her and stepped back. Sure. She smiled. I've been thinking about when we almost kissed. The moment he wanted nothing more than to repeat but finish this time. She chewed her lip and nodded. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. I've thought about it, and with all that's happened and you helping me, it's not a good idea to do that. Let that happen. Not right now at least. Maybe when this has. Right, I mean, I like you, but it would be better if your life wasn't in complete chaos. I know I'm not ready for anything serious. It was the biggest lie he'd ever let slip past his lips, but she was right. He was right. And to think he'd been so close to kissing her just then. At least he'd saved himself that embarrassment. I guess we should be going, she said softly. It sounded like she was disappointed, but he knew he was hearing her wrong. He was the one disappointed, not her. What if he lost himself in her and she decided the same thing Courtney had? That he wasn't worth it? He'd known Elise for less than 2 weeks. Anything new was fun and easy. It was a year later, on the verge of committing, that things grew shaky. Could he handle spending a year caring about someone only to watch them leave? No, and that was why stopping this before it could get started kept them both safe. As long as the line was in the stand, they knew where they stood. Even if his heart screamed, he couldn't be more wrong. Chapter 15. By the time they returned to the house, whatever awkwardness between them had faded. They spent the evening preparing dinner, having a great conversation during their meal, and now, she was in a full-on laughing episode at his expense. Oh my gosh! Elise fell back on the couch, kicking her feet like a kid and laughing. That's awesome. Bryan didn't find it nearly as funny as she did. The dog peed on me, and you're in hysterics? He didn't do it on you. She wiped her eyes as she sat up and then palmed her midsection. My stomach hurts. I'm so glad I amused you, he grumbled, though it was more playful. He wasn't nearly as annoyed as he pretended to be. She had a great laugh, and it was nice to hear it. It had been a long day, and she'd needed something to lighten her spirits. You look so cute, though. She smiled, looking at the image of him holding Scotty at arm's length. You're like, what do I do with this? Because that's pretty much what I was thinking at the time. He laughed. It's a shame we're not doing an outtake project, because that image alone would sell 1 million copies. She glanced at him, grinning. Missed opportunities abound. He merely took a sip of his soda and moved on to the next image and the next. Incredible that this was only a few days ago. I know. Her voice was soft as she stared at the image. Imagine if we'd stopped early, you know? Everything turned out the way it was supposed to. You're safe. That's what matters. Things are replaceable. Shrugging, she pulled up another image. I've never been super into things anyway. My parents had a lot of things. I used to have to dust them. I don't like dusting. He bumped his shoulder against hers. That's where a cleaning service comes in handy. A small gasp escaped her. That's how you keep this place so clean. I'm not a slob. He palmed his chest like he was wounded. For the record, knowing about cleaning services and using one are two different things. I don't need a cleaning service when I'm only here half the week. Oh. Right. You're not here half the time. She winced. There goes my foot, getting crammed all the way down my throat. Nah, I'm kidding. You're entirely too hard on yourself, as usual. He reached the last image in the folder and closed it out. That was fun to look through. You did a great job with us. Like it was all that hard? She rolled her eyes and pulled up another folder. I took these that morning on the beach. I haven't looked through them yet. Do you mind if I do it now? Did he mind? Not at all. They were sitting on his couch, side by side, with his dog snoozing near his feet, sharing a few laughs after the simple dinner of soup and salad they'd made together. This was one of the nicest nights he'd spent in a long time. She could have taken the entire laptop apart, and he would have happily watched. As it turned out, going through her pictures was much more enjoyable than watching her take a computer apart. He barely recognized the stretch of beach she'd photographed, and he took Smokey there all the time. He looked from the screen to her, watching as she examined her work. Oh, that's a pretty good one. Her smile widened with pleasure and maybe the slightest bit of satisfaction. With her face lit up like that, it was bright enough to take his breath away. The more he got to know her, the more he wanted to know. He'd had one foot in quicksand the night he went to dinner with her, and after spending more time with her, he'd put the second foot in. At this point, he couldn't see trying to break free, and truthfully, he didn't want to. I like this one. She turned to him, smiling like an artist enthused by her art. What do you think? He focused on the picture, admiring the way she captured the setting. Wow! The rising sun had painted a thin layer of clouds colored gold, orange, pink, violet, and the water running over the sand reflected those colors. It was breathtaking, the sort of thing that lasted as long as it took to blink an eye. It's my favorite time of day to take photos. The day is perfect and untouched, you know. Anything could happen. Yeah, that's how the photos made him feel. You make me want to go out and buy a camera, but I couldn't possibly do anything like that. I'd get it wrong. He didn't know until that very second that she'd leaned in to study the picture with him, but he found out as he turned to look at her and ended up with her face mere inches from his. Those lips, tempting and tantalizing. It would be the most natural thing in the world for him to lean in for a kiss. This was the sort of situation that warranted a kiss. She was right there. So close. He cleared his throat, turning back to the laptop. What's next?
As Elise stopped on one of the last photos she'd taken, Bryan sucked in a sharp breath. Wow. All of these have been great. No wonder this is what you do for a living. She waved a dismissive hand even as her cheeks warmed with the compliment. He was so sweet. I'm not all that great. Why had she apologized for almost kissing him? Because she'd felt him pulling away emotionally before he'd even taken his hands from her hips. The last thing she wanted to do was make him feel pressured to kiss her. He'd already gone above and beyond by letting her stay with him. Don't say that. He sounded so serious, and Elise turned to him. What? If you have a gift, don't pretend it doesn't matter. It matters very much. I'm sure there are people out there in the world, right this very minute, who'd kill to be even half as talented. The thought was sweet, and she knew he meant it sincerely. It didn't come as a big surprise that he noticed, as perceptive as he was. But that didn't stop her from flinching at his choice of words. She didn't want to think about someone having already tried to kill her. You know what I mean, he said. Still, it wasn't easy for her to accept a compliment like that. I guess it looks special to someone who doesn't make a living doing it. She shrugged. Or maybe I'll never think I'm all that good because that's when laziness sets in. I can't let myself lose the drive to be better. To grow and evolve. He nodded slowly. I get it, but that doesn't mean you can't admit your talent. You have a natural ability. Some people have it, while the rest of us only wish we did. I guess. You take amazing photographs. He pointed toward the screen. You're good. Except that. Okay. She pushed a piece of hair behind her ear. I guess it's just hard to hear someone say I'm good at something. I mean, even before Patrick's accident, he was the one who brought home all the awards, accomplishments, everything. I was just the kid's sister with the consolation prizes. Is that why you stayed here in Baker Beach instead of moving to Florida? Maybe. She sighed. Okay.
Yeah.
You would think I'd jump at the chance to leave. Everything here revolved around Patrick, but I guess I stayed because I wanted to see if I could carve out a piece of this place for myself. Bryan set his foot on the coffee table and crossed his ankles. I can see that. If you'd gone to Florida, the scenery would have changed, but the focus wouldn't have. Exactly. I mean, I still deal with the little looks, but I'm not Patrick's sister anymore. I'm Elise Richards. Do your parents want you to move to Florida? A bark of laughter popped out. Oh.
Yeah.
If they could, they'd have me on a plane and headed there yesterday. Which is why I stay. On the phone, I'm pretty strong. It's when I'm with them that I can't seem to break away. So that's why standing on your own 2 feet is so important. He rolled his head and looked at her.
Yeah.
She brought her gaze to his, and again, they were so close that all she'd have to do is lean in a little and her lips would be touching his. But as soon as they did, she'd be regretting it. He didn't want that or her. He was being a friend, and she didn't need to mess it up. Not when she needed a friend more than anything else. Covering his mouth as he yawned, he sat up. I think I should hit the sack. That shift tomorrow is coming whether I'm ready or not. He stood and looked down at her. Feel free to stay up as long as you want, okay? Thanks. Crossing the room to the stairs, he paused. I'm glad you're here, by the way. It's really nice having someone other than the guys to talk to. He tapped the banister with his fingers and then climbed the steps, leaving her alone with Smokey. Admittedly, she liked it too. He'd already done a lot for her, and she needed to be content with that. Plus, he was right. She liked standing on her own 2 feet, and getting involved with him would change things. Her life was in too much chaos to be thinking about a relationship. Once things were back to normal, maybe then she'd consider it. Until then, things needed to stay the way they were. Chapter 16. The next day, as Elise pushed her cart up and down the aisles of the local mart, trying to reassemble a wardrobe and replace her makeup, she held her phone to her ear. Following the fire, she'd grabbed a few essentials, but not nearly enough. As it stood, she'd been washing clothes more than she wanted to, and that was enough to motivate her to find more clothes. I'm fine. Bryan's been great. Understatement. He'd been better than great. Fantastic. Letting her stay with him, allowing her to dump on him, it was more than she'd expected. It was so nice of him to let you stay, but I was serious. You can stay at my place. I mean, I know I've got a full house, but I will always make space for you. Elise stopped next to a display of shirts. I know, and if it weren't for Bryan, I'd be taking you up on it. It's just him and Smokey. She held up a black shirt and looked it over. I never thought my dad would be right about putting a little money back, but it was the smartest thing I could have done. I can actually afford to replace a lot of my stuff. No offense, but I can't imagine your wardrobe costing very much. Sally laughed. Scoffing, Elise lowered the shirt. Now, why would I take offense to that? Just because I wear the same clothes all the time doesn't mean they're, the same clothes. Having a uniform gives me one less thing to think about every morning. I keep it simple. I know. I shouldn't be teasing you either. No, you should be. I need it. Elise held out the black t-shirt again. It worked well. She grabbed 5 and tossed them into the cart, then added a few white shirts on top. Didn't he say his house was on the beach? Are you sure you're okay with that? I mean, it's the beach. Elise pushed her cart a little farther and rummaged through a rack of pants. I don't like swimming, but I sure like the view. As if her parents would have let her within 10 feet of the water's edge after the accident. But it's great. Really, a blessing in the middle of all this. Being able to just walk out the back door and take pictures helps. Now that she was thinking about it, she hadn't been out to take pictures since arriving at Bryan's. That was something she'd rectify the next morning. You'd complained about not having enough space to display your pictures. You could look for a space in the middle of town. Remember that record shop on Harbor Drive? I think there was an apartment above it. Maybe you could live there? Open a studio. Nodding, Elise let the idea run in her head. A large, light-filled open space with her pictures hanging. She couldn't be invisible when her heart was on display to the general public. That actually doesn't sound bad. It won't hurt looking into it at least. And with distance, the temptation to kiss Bryan would be just that, a temptation with no way of following through on it. Exactly. So, see? This might have been the universe's way of giving you something you've wanted. Sally paused a moment, and it sounded like she switched the phone to her other ear. True. I'll just need to wait for the insurance. Right. Do you know how long you'll have to stay with Bryan? Elise slowed her cart as she considered the question. I don't know. I guess I hadn't thought about it yet. I mean, I've thought about it, don't get me wrong. Worrying, more like it. I'm afraid he'll get tired of me and kick me out. I can't imagine anyone ever doing that. You're sweet, but I don't want to overstay my welcome. Plus, I need to get my life pulled back together. More accurately, she needed to be on her own. She didn't like depending on other people. When she did, more often than not, they disappointed her. Tell the truth. He's so nice that I doubt he'll put any pressure on me to get moving. He's pretty hot, which I would find pretty tempting if I were you. Sally laughed. I don't think I'd be in any hurry. What did I say? Elise whispered into the phone. I don't need to be reminded, thank you very much. Because then I get to go back to him and remember you calling him that, and I'll think about how right you are, and that's a recipe for disaster. You're right, you're right. I have to behave myself. Besides, from what I've heard, it's a waste of time trying to break down that wall of his. He's locked up tighter than a bank vault. That didn't ring very true. Not when he'd already told her about his sister. What makes you say that? I have a few friends who've tried to get to know him better, and believe me, they're not hard up for dates. He wasn't interested at all. Maybe he just wasn't interested at the time. Or maybe he's too busy being married to his work. You know how those professions are. Lots of time away from home, stress, and bringing their work home with them. They're not exactly the easiest men to date or be with. Elise wondered if that could be true. It would explain why he hadn't shown interest in Sally's friends, and why he'd practically recoiled when she'd kissed him on the cheek during their walk on the beach the day after the fire. Not to mention he'd pulled back when she'd nearly kissed him. Come to think of it, she could definitely believe Sally's charge about him being married to his job. If he really didn't want women falling for him, he needed to stop being so easy to fall for. Was it really fair to be so wonderful and expect women to keep their wits about them? Yes, getting her life together, quickly, would be the right thing to do. The sooner she untangled her life from Bryan's, the better for her heart. Two people married to their work and independence didn't need to be flirting with each other or getting involved. It would make for a disaster, and she'd had her fill of those. At least she was figuring this out now before she got too much more caught up in him. It was just the thing she'd needed, too. A kick in the rear to get moving and back to her own life.
Chapter 17. Bryan couldn't be hearing what he thought he was hearing. He paused, stirring the Alfredo sauce he'd put together, and looked at Elise. You what? Things were returning to normal between them. They'd put that almost kiss behind them, and they'd found what he thought was a good routine. Now she wanted to move out. She glanced at the spoon. You want to put that down before you drip sauce all over the floor? No, without taking his eyes off of her, he did it anyway. Did you just say you wanted to leave already? After a moment's hesitation, she gave him a firm nod. Yes. I know this isn't forever, and I can't let myself get too comfortable. It isn't fair to you. He blinked hard. Why did the thought of her leaving bother him so much? I think I'm the one to decide whether something is or isn't fair, aren't I? Sure, of course. And I haven't complained, have I? Her shoulders lifted a little, and she looked at the floor. No, but that doesn't mean you don't want to. I don't want to. Elise, what is this all about? Really? He turned down the heat under the pot so he could turn his full attention to her. Did you have a problem when you were out? Did you get spooked? What in the world could happen to spook me? I was out shopping, for heaven's sake. She lifted her bags, 2 in each hand. It gave me time to think, though. And I figured I'd find somewhere to stay until I'm able to move into a new home. The past week and a half had been great. Granted, he'd spent some of it at the station, but he thought things were fine. He loved how the house felt with her there, and he liked having someone to come home to. She'd added light and life to the house. Something he hadn't realized he was missing until she'd moved in. The right cushions or curtains didn't take the place of a person. No amount of decorating could put a pep in his step like seeing a smile when he walked in the door. He picked up the spoon and went back to his sauce. Okay. I thought this would be the place you'd stay until then, but it's up to you. I won't make you stay. She stood there, watching him. I don't want to overstay my welcome. Isn't that up to me? Whether your welcome has been overstayed, I mean. A taste of the sauce told him he was headed in the right direction. It was a shame he'd lost his appetite. I won't put you in that position. Besides, don't you have, other people you'd rather hang out with? Other overnight guests? It took effort not to laugh out loud. Clearly, the woman didn't know him well enough at all. Not hardly. He set the lid on the pot so the sauce would bubble without reducing too quickly. If I thought that was a problem, I would have mentioned it. I appreciate you thinking about me, but I'm good. When she didn't answer right away, he continued. I mean, if you aren't comfortable here, then, by all means, don't stay. I was just trying to help. She caught his gaze and held it. Are you sure? Not only did it make living at the house easier, but she needed help. Someone had deliberately rigged her house to explode, possibly with the intention of killing whoever was inside. If he sent her to a hotel or rental, it would be stepping out of her life before finding out who'd tried to hurt her. In light of that, it would be more selfish to push her away, even if he could see the potential of nursing a broken heart when she left. Because he could definitely see that happening. It wasn't her fault his fiancée had dumped him just before their wedding, telling him no woman would ever want to put up with what he did for a living, or him. His schedule or the danger involved was enough to scare any intelligent woman into keeping as much distance from him as possible. How Courtney hadn't figured this out in the year leading up to that horrible moment, he'd never know. That didn't matter now. Aside from the fact that Elise wasn't looking for a relationship, even if she was, it wouldn't be with him. He wouldn't get the chance to disappoint her like Courtney. She needed his help, and then she'd move on, leaving him with an empty house filled with equally empty cereal boxes. I'm positive. What do you say? He asked, trying to keep it light. She shrugged, lifting the bags as she did. All right. If you're okay with it, I guess this is where I'm staying. It was all he could do not to fist pump the air. Ridiculous since he'd just reminded himself she didn't want him. That didn't stop his heart from skipping a beat or looking forward to seeing her when he came home after a long shift at work. He'd just need to remember that it was temporary. Maybe that way, this whole thing would end without him being crushed. Maybe.
Chapter 18. With a soft sigh, Elise dug her toes into the sand. Not only had she gone out that morning to take some photographs at the dog park, but she'd spotted a cute family playing in the surf and asked if she could take a few photographs of them. It was going a long way toward helping her feel normal. Something she'd missed since her home burned down. That's terrific. Elise snapped a flurry of shots. Awesome. Madison, if you could turn toward your brother a little, that would be great. 4 days had passed since her talk with Bryan. Unlike when it had been off the cuff after talking to Sally, she'd had time to really think through staying with him. He'd seemed adamant that he was fine with her staying, but she was finding she wasn't okay with it. Part of the reason was her determination to be independent, but if she was honest, mostly, she wanted to put some space between her and Bryan. The more she stayed with him, the more she could see spending her life with him, especially the kissing part. If things between them turned serious, would she ever know if she chose him because she wanted him, or because of the safety she felt? That wasn't the kind of relationship she wanted. One where she was dependent on someone. Not after working so hard to be her own person. How could she get back to normal if she was staying with him? Sally's suggestion to check out the old record shop had stuck with her, and she'd even casually looked it up. There'd been a few photos of it when it first opened some 10 years ago. It hadn't lasted long, and from what she could tell, no one was really interested in it either. Madison, a curly-haired 5-year-old with a mischievous smile, turned toward her 4-year-old brother. Michael was a lot quieter than his feisty big sister. If she were Madison and Michael's parents, Elise would consider it a blessing that both weren't balls of pure energy. She'd also be bringing them to the beach as often as possible to burn it off. That was the only way she could see keeping a full head of hair. Madison, be careful of the waves. Jenna darted out past Elise, catching Madison just before a small wave knocked her down. The little girl made Elise think of Patrick before his accident. Her brother was so full of life. A good kid, but he'd had a wicked streak that he liked using on Elise. The normal childish pranks, like a frog in her bed or stealing her training bra and using it as a slingshot. The embarrassment had just about killed her, and it had been right before his accident. Her chest tightened when she remembered how she'd screamed and sobbed, swinging and kicking at him. How she'd sworn she'd never forgive him. How she'd get even with him one day. And 2 days later, she wished she'd never spoken those words. The guilt she felt until he woke up had nearly eaten her alive. Let's get the 4 of you lined up together in height order, tallest to shortest. She lowered her camera a moment, waiting for them, and the second they were ready, she took the shot. Now, walk toward me. The 4 of them joined hands and started walking toward her. The sky behind them was a brilliant blue with fluffy white clouds piling up in the distance. A stiff breeze blowing in from the ocean blew Jenna's red hair like a flag, which contrasted beautifully with their white clothes, the clouds, and sand. Elise walked backward, capturing each moment as the family laughed together, teasing and joking. This was just what she'd needed, and she was grateful they'd agreed to the impromptu photo shoot. Of course, they'd be getting the pictures as soon as she got them cleaned up. As much as she'd been blessed, she'd wanted to pass it forward. That's perfect, she called out, giving them a thumbs up. Lowering her camera, she couldn't stop herself from imagining holding hands with Bryan and their children. It was a thought she'd had more than once, and each time she'd it pushed down. Jenna approached Elise with her hand extended. Thank you so much for this. I really do appreciate it. Elise shook her hand and smiled. It was my pleasure. Thank you for letting me take pictures of you. You have a sweet family. Thank you. Just then, Madison blazed her way down to the surf again, and her mom yelped. Sorry. Waving her off, Elise quickly handed the woman her business card. Don't worry about it. Give me a few days, and I'll have them ready. Okay. Jenna yelled over the waves as she swooped Madison up before another wave rolled in. Turning in the direction of Bryan's home, she touched the spot over her heart.
Yeah.
This was just what she'd needed. She hadn't realized just how much taking photos soothes her soul. She was still smiling when she reached the house and noticed a slip of paper being held by the wipers on her car. Odd. She'd been parked there over 2 weeks now. Wouldn't Kyle have told her if she was doing something wrong? Sliding the paper out, she unfolded it and blinked. It wasn't a ticket, and it hadn't been left by the police. Stay out of our way or you won't have such a close call the next time. Her throat closed. She'd begun to think the fire was an accident. Sure, the police were still investigating, but with no more threats or accidents, she'd figured they'd come back with something simple. A loose wire they hadn't picked up on before. Looking around, she wondered if they were watching her to make sure she'd gotten the message. It seemed like something bad guys would do. But why? She pulled her phone from her pocket and dialed Bryan, nearly ending the call before he answered because he was in the middle of his shift. Just as she started to end it, he picked up. Hey, did you have fun this morning? When she didn't speak, his voice sounded more urgent. Elise? Is everything okay? There was a note on the car. I thought it was a ticket, but it said I needed to stay out of their way or it wouldn't be a close call next time. I'll be right there. But your shift. It'll be fine. Hang up and call the police. He paused, and she could hear muffled voices. I'm on my way. Get in the house and lock the door, okay? Okay. She ended the call and held the note and her camera to her chest as she ran for the back door. Once inside, she did as Bryan told her. Holding the note out while she spoke to the officer answering the phone, she wondered what on earth it was talking about. She'd done nothing to be in anyone's way. It had to be a mistake. Right? Chapter 19. Sitting across from Kyle, Elise sat with her legs curled under her on the couch and held a cup of hot tea. Once Kyle arrived and Bryan was sure she was okay, he'd return to the station to finish out his shift. Thank you for coming here to talk with me rather than making me go to the station. She tested the tea and then took a sip. Kyle smiled and picked up the thumb drive filled with all her recent pictures. He'd asked for it right after he arrived. She'd hesitated, but Kyle wanted to be thorough. Sure. Are you okay? Honestly, no, but I will be. I really think they have the wrong person. She paused, taking another sip of tea. Now that the more rational part of her brain had kicked in, she'd settled down. Kyle shook his head. I'm not so sure about that. First the fire, now the note. On their own, maybe it would be a coincidence. Without the fire, maybe the note could be attributed to some stupid kids playing a bad prank, but together? I think there's a legitimate link. Really? But why me? I haven't done anything or spoken to anyone. Well, no one I'd consider sketchy. She set the teacup down on the side table and crossed her arms over her chest. No one that you know of. People can be great at hiding their true motives. Kyle shrugged. Maybe you stumbled onto something and just don't know it yet. Taking a deep breath, she considered what he was saying. Still, she couldn't recall anything that would give her positive proof she was the actual target. The team went over your car twice, and it was clean. For now, it looks like it was just the note. See? Just a note. I know the old saying, nothing is coincidence, but this time, I think it might be wrong. Loose wiring and stupid kids being jerks. She dropped her hands to her lap. That's all. Leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, Kyle nodded. Maybe, but I think you should lie low for a few days. Stay here with Bryan and stay safe. Not saying you can't take care of yourself, but having a roommate isn't a bad idea. Great. She worked to keep the exasperation from showing. Just her luck when she was moving forward and finding her footing again. Of course, she should have expected it, but why did this stuff always happen to her? I need to have my own space. Plus, I've got a shoot scheduled in a few days. I can't just stop living because of a possible threat. One I don't even think is real. Kyle pushed out of the chair and looked down at her.
Yeah,
But what if it is real? What if you are being threatened? Do you really want to take that risk? What about your parents? Talk about not fair. She stood, facing Kyle and setting her hands on her hips. That was low. And true. Until we're sure, you need to be cautious. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Look. I couldn't stop what happened to Patrick, but I can do my part in keeping you safe. Let me do my job. Her shoulders rounded as her hands dropped from her waist. She hadn't thought about how Patrick's accident might have affected Kyle. He was there when it happened, and he'd been a kid too. I'm sorry, Kyle. I guess I never realized. I know, and I'm not saying that to hurt you or make you feel sorry for me. Patrick was my best friend. All I want to do is make sure his little sister is taken care of. Forcing back the tears she could feel building, she nodded. All right. I'll stay here until we're sure I'm safe. Although, Bryan's gone 24 hours at a time. I'll make sure the house is patrolled extra on those days, and since I know today is his shift, it'll be easy to give them a schedule. Okay, Elise said and hugged him. Thank you. Kyle returned the hug and then stepped back. Sure. He smiled and walked to the door. Lock it behind me. He winked. She rolled her eyes and reached the door just as he pulled it shut, locking it. Turning, she blew out a long breath. So much for leaving. Or worse, keeping her lips to herself when she was living with him. Closing her eyes, she took a few deep breaths. No, she could handle this. More than likely, it would be a few days and Kyle would come to the same conclusion she had. The house and the note were merely coincidence. No one was after her. She wasn't the target, and her life wasn't in danger. Surely she could manage to wrangle her thoughts and lips long enough for that. Just a few more days. That's all she needed. The thought zipped through her mind, it had only taken a few days to picture a life with Bryan. Shutting the errant, silly thought down, she walked to the couch, picked up her laptop, and began planning her life in a new apartment above her portrait studio.
Chapter 20. Flicking his gaze from Carlos to Derek, Bryan set his hands on his hips. What? It's 6 o'clock, Carlos said as he and Derek exchanged a knowing look. A look Bryan had noticed was more frequent as the day went on. What's with you two? You've been announcing the time every hour on the hour since I got back to the station. Carlos held up his hands and went back to the book he was reading. Leave me out of this one. I was only joking. What are you talking about? Bryan turned to Derek. Spill it. You've called Elise every hour on the hour today. Or did you not notice? Derek grinned like Cheshire Cat. So? She got a threatening note. I just want to make sure she's okay. It's not like I could drop my shift and stay home. Yeah, Derek, Carlos chimed in. He's got a beautiful woman living with him. Why wouldn't he be calling her? Bryan shook his head. She's thinking someone out there is trying to hurt her, and she doesn't know why. So by all means, Derek replied, have her hang around with you, so in case these people come back, you can be caught up in it too. Turning his back to them, Bryan shook his head as he heated his dinner. Whatever. Like you wouldn't do the same thing. He would. Greg's voice carried from where he stood in the doorway. And he knows it. He's just trying to get your goat, and it seems like it's working. But maybe you don't have to call her every hour. Greg laughed. You don't want her thinking you're falling for her or something like that. Bryan kept his thoughts to himself while the others went back to whatever they were doing before deciding to torment him. He wasn't falling for her. He wasn't. Any time that sort of thought reared its ugly head, he took it by the neck and stuffed it down as far as he could. He cared about her safety. That was all. Hey, when you're finished eating, Greg said as he backed away from the kitchen, there's more information on the case. Like Bryan cared about his dinner after hearing something like that. Wait up. He quickly caught up with the captain. What did you hear? For one thing, if she wants to go back to the house to sift through her things, what's left of the structure is safe for her to go through. Greg looked at Bryan as they walked. Granted, we both know how much is usually salvageable, but she might have something she wants to save. I'll let her know. I'm sure she'll be eager to get out there. Kyle Newland called. They've gone through all the security footage they've managed to get their hands on from the businesses around where Elise lived. So far, they haven't found anything significant, but they're still looking. The neighbors didn't have anything either. They all agree Elise is a quiet person, not a partier, never any trouble with late-night noise, and not a lot of people coming and going. They were pretty shocked, actually. It's either that or she did it herself. Bryan shrugged. She doesn't fit that profile either, and I bet Kyle knows that too. Sure. They've looked into her financials. No mountain of debt. Her business is doing well. Granted, she's not a millionaire, but she wasn't in a position where she'd need the insurance money. Greg glanced at him. Has she given you any hints? Not even a little bit. I can't imagine. I'm not asking what you imagine. And I know she's only been at your place a couple of weeks. Any phone calls? Texts? Angry exes? Well, it's not like I've been with her every minute. No, but seeing as how she's staying with you, wouldn't you want to know everything you can? What if whoever did this gets the idea to do it again? You sound like those two. Bryan jerked a thumb toward the kitchen. They make a good point. They're also a couple of knuckleheads, but they do make a good point. They shared a quiet laugh, and then Greg sobered, placing his hand on Bryan's shoulder. Just be careful. I know you want to protect her, but you've got to keep yourself clear of danger too. Ah, come on. Bryan waved him off. I'm not worried. Are you? Let's just say I don't feel like having to find someone to replace you so soon after finding you. Greg dropped his hand to his side and smirked as he turned toward his office. And you're still the lead on the calendar project. Don't think you're off the hook on that. Now that we've all made fools of ourselves, we might as well make some money. At nearly 2 in the morning, the alarm bell rang, sending the guys racing to the truck. As Carlos, Derek, and Bryan arrived, Greg was already gearing up. "It's the string of warehouses down by the bay," the captain called out as he pulled on his jacket. "The Magnolia and Laurel Lake engines have already been called in." That meant this was no ordinary blaze. Bryan had driven past those warehouses more times than he could count in the few months he'd been a resident, and rumor had it that they were being considered for a complete overhaul: indoor farmers market, art galleries, farm-to-table restaurants. Now, if 2 additional companies had been called in before their engine was out the door, it wasn't a good sign. He was right. Plumes of smoke were already visible as they swung out onto the road, siren wailing. "Man, that looks huge," Derek called out. It was huge. This was the first major blaze Bryan had seen since he'd moved there. The closer the truck got to the warehouses, the stronger the acrid stench of smoke. Vehicles had slowed to a crawl around the 2 blocks surrounding the row of burning buildings, which made breaking through and getting to the fire more challenging than normal. Too many interested people and too many drivers with their arms out their windows, recording the raging inferno with their phones. "Come on!" Greg yelled, laying on the horn to get their attention. Since when is a siren not enough? But they finally got there and went to work, Harris and Liam joining them not long after they arrived. The other 2 companies were already at it, and from what Bryan saw, it looked like they were fighting a losing battle. The structure was completely wooden, from the floors to the beams supporting the roof, which, again, was comprised of wood layered with shingles. "Buildings 1, 2, and 3 are engulfed," the chief of the Magnolia crew barked, filling them in as quickly as possible. "Wind's carrying embers over to buildings 4 and 5, so it's only a matter of time." Greg assessed what they could see from the ground. Building 3, he decided after glancing at an overhead map of the structures. "If we can fight it back, drive it away from the other 2 buildings, we might spare them." Bryan and Carlos ran a hose out to the eastern side of Building 3. "Is it empty in there?" Carlos shouted to one of the Laurel Lake crew. "Supposed to be," the man shouted back on his way to his truck. That was good news. Anything flammable in the building would make the fire more of a challenge. The structure itself was enough of a challenge, let alone the windblown embers floating in the air, touching down all around them. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the second building, causing the ground to shake. They both crouched, covering their heads with their arms as burning timber rained around them. Something inside had blown. After a few breathless moments, Bryan dared to look up to see if the worst was over. "I'm guessing that building wasn't empty," Carlos gasped. "Could have been a gas line," Bryan said, coughing. "No. There hasn't been a business here in years. Lines should be cut off." They exchanged a look, and in that look, the same question was asked by both of them. Was there something poised to blow inside this building also? Harris and Derek joined them. "We've got to make sure it's empty," Bryan shouted before pulling on his mask, and they nodded in agreement. They had to be sure they weren't dealing with something even more dangerous inside. "It's supposed to be empty." "What gives?" Carlos asked as Harris tested the nearest door, making sure it was safe to use before kicking it in. The smoke was almost impossible to see through, thick and black. Harris switched on his flashlight and swept it around, cutting through the black curtain all around them. "Don't see anything," he called out. Bryan turned on his flashlight too and could confirm. The building looked empty. Suddenly, the smoke swirled as a gust of air poured in through a shattered window, and Bryan saw them. Crates, stacked against the wall, making it hard to see them. "Check it out," he called out to Carlos, who followed the direction he was pointing. "We've got to get out of here." Carlos yelled back. "There's something being stored here." Yes, and flames were licking the walls, approaching the rows of wooden crates and what they held. It could have been anything. Harris and Derek didn't waste any time, and soon Bryan couldn't see them. All he heard was the crackling of the fire and his own breathing. Until Carlos let out a shout, ducking a falling beam. Bryan jumped back just in time. "The entire roof's about to go." Carlos pointed to the door, frantic. "We gotta move." It was a stupid rookie mistake, but Bryan paused, lifting his gaze to the ceiling. He shouldn't have taken the extra moment to look up, but he did. The roof, now engulfed, was caving, and he watched with his heart in his throat as burning beams started to fall. An ear-splitting cracking noise filled the air. In that moment, all he could think was how angry Elise would be if he got himself hurt. Go! Carlos bellowed, yanking him by the arm as the entire burning roof caved in.
Chapter 21. As soon as Elise saw the news, she was glued to the TV with Smokey curled up on the floor at her feet. Reports of the large fire were non-stop. An entire cluster of warehouses was nothing more than smoking ruins. It had taken hours, but they'd gotten it under control, thank goodness. The collapse of one of the roofs left a pair of firefighters trapped, one of the newscasters said as he looked over his shoulder, and we have yet to hear of their condition. Collapse? That was under control? Granted, it did look like most of the fire was out, but still, Bryan was in the middle of that mess, and she had no idea if he was okay or not. At 7 a.m., the end of his shift, Elise looked down at her phone, hoping he'd answered one of her dozens of texts. Rationally, she knew he wouldn't answer since he was probably still at the scene, but that didn't stop her from sending them. She'd hoped by now that he'd somehow find the time to get word out that he was safe. They'd called in more than one company, which had to mean there was a sea of firefighters, and he wasn't one of the two trapped. It was also very possible it was him, and with her luck. Her heart sank at the thought. She'd told him that nearly kissing had been a mistake, but she'd not meant a word of it. Why had she been so afraid of being honest? What would she do if Bryan was injured, or worse? Not that she cared about where she'd go, but the idea of losing him. When she'd first met him, it felt like seeing an old friend after a few missed years. Then getting to know him, she'd learned how kind and caring he was. What would it be like without him? She'd only had a short time with him, and she wasn't ready to let him go. Standing, she looked at Smokey, who'd taken her cue and was already up. "There's no way I can stay here. How about you?" The barked reply was all she needed to grab her keys and his collar. Within minutes, she was in the car and Smokey's head was out the passenger side window, his tongue flapping. At least one of them could enjoy themselves. Or maybe he was like most animals with a sixth sense and he was telling her Bryan was okay. Elise wasn't so confident. When they arrived at the station, it was fully lit and missing the big red truck normally filling the bay. Not a surprise, but it hadn't stopped her from hoping they'd be back. There was another car parked in the lot, one with a young woman sitting inside. Maybe a girlfriend? A wife, even? "Come on, big guy," she said, hooking up Smokey's leash. It would help to talk to somebody else going through this. They wouldn't have to be alone. The woman noticed her approach and rolled down her window. "Hi." Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. She cracked the door open and petted Smokey. "Hey, buddy." "Hi. I'm Elise." The woman lifted her gaze to Elise again. "I'm Carlos's little sister, Polly." She was a little younger than Elise, maybe early 20s, so the two of them wouldn't have crossed paths in school or socially. "I remember him. I photographed the guys for a calendar." "Oh, you're the photographer." She smiled. He was really worried about that calendar. "How come?" She grinned. He didn't want to be the only guy who wasn't ripped. Elise laughed. "He has nothing to worry about. Besides, I can add definition if need be." The girl's expression changed, her face falling. "I hope he's still around to see it." "I'm sure he will be. They're trained professionals. And knowing he needs to come back for you, I'd bet he was extra careful to protect himself." Elise stifled a chuckle. She'd flown to the station because of fear, and here she was, saying things would be okay. "We're all we've got." Polly stepped out of the car, shut the door, and leaned against it. "He practically raised me when our parents passed away. I can't lose him too." "You know?" "I know what you mean." Before Elise could get the sentence out, the truck rolled to a stop in the bay. Polly launched herself from her car and sprinted for the bay. Following her a few steps behind, Elise held onto Smokey's leash while silently praying Bryan was okay. As she stepped inside, Greg and Derek were climbing down from the truck. Based on their filthy worn-out faces, it had been a tough fire. Polly let out a small cry as Carlos hopped down from inside the truck, removing his helmet. She ran to him, flinging her arms around his neck. He held her and spoke softly while Elise stood there with Smokey, feeling helpless. "Elise?" Bryan climbed down from the truck, and he was about the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. "What are you doing here?" She dropped Smokey's leash as he bounced over to Bryan with her trailing behind. "I saw the roof collapse." Wincing, he nodded.
Yeah,
"I'm sorry. I didn't have my phone with me, or I'd have called on the way back to let you know I'm okay." Closing the gap, she wrapped her arms around his chest and hugged him. "I'm just happy you're okay." "I knew you would be, but," she sucked in a breath as tears welled in her eyes, and the smoke smell clinging to him caused her to cough. "Oh," she said, leaning back. "I bet you'd like to get cleaned up." "I really didn't mean to make you worry." He ran his thumb under her eye where a stupid tear had fallen. "You're okay, which means I'm okay." She smiled. "Now, go get cleaned up." Nodding, he took her hand and squeezed it. "I'll be out as soon as I can so we can go home." She watched as he jogged into the belly of the station. Then she picked up Smokey's leash and walked to her car. The second she was in the driver's seat, all the pent-up worry gushed out as a sob. Why was she even crying? Yes, she'd been worried, but he was fine. He'd come back to her all in one piece. In the back of her mind, a tiny voice whispered, what if he hadn't? It lodged in her throat as her chest tightened. She'd only known him a couple of weeks, yet she couldn't deny it would break her heart if she lost him. She cared about him. More than cared. If she was honest, she'd fallen for him. Setting her forehead against the steering wheel, her shoulders sagged. She was supposed to be standing on her own 2 feet, but the world wasn't nearly as solid when it was just her feet. She liked looking down and seeing Bryan's boots and Smokey's paws. Would it be so bad to lean on someone just a little? Wouldn't life be that much richer if she could be the person someone leaned on as well? A kind-hearted, caring firefighter who gave her butterflies and loved simple things like having bacon made for him? Perhaps it was time to care less about her own feet. Maybe it was time to be happy with not being invisible to the one person in the world she cared most about.
Chapter 22. Showered and dressed, Bryan walked out of the station and straight to Elise's car where Smokey's head stuck out of the window. "Hey, buddy," he said, using both hands to scratch the dog's ears. Leaning down to look in the passenger window, he smiled. "Hey. Hey." While he'd cleaned up, the scene in the bay after returning to the station played over and over in his mind. Elise had shed tears over him. It had been so different with her. Instead of railing on him, she just hugged him and seemed happy he was alive. Inwardly, he berated himself once again over his stupid move of hesitating and looking up in the warehouse. All it would have taken was one more second, and there would have been 2 funerals with no one to blame but himself. Seeing how much it would have affected Elise made him feel even worse. He opened the passenger door and slid into the seat. "Are you okay?" She chuckled. "Am I okay? Are you okay?" They said a roof collapsed, and all I could do was picture you trapped. It scared the daylights out of me. What happened? I mean, I know what happened. She quickly glanced at him. I watched the whole thing as soon as it made the news. They said 2 firefighters were trapped. Who was it? 2 guys from the Magnolia Company. Bryan yawned again. They got out with burns but nothing severe. Broke a window to get out when the roof collapsed. Oh, well, that's good. I'm glad no one was hurt. Yeah, Carlos and I had a close call too. Her eyes widened. You did? Nodding, he replied, more than one roof collapsed. The building we were searching did as well. He yanked me out before I got caught. It could easily have been both of us, which would have made it even worse. He said to move, and instead, I looked up when I should have just listened. Elise covered his hand with hers and squeezed it. You got out of it okay, though. That's what's important. I know. But I might not have, and it would have been my fault. He hung his head as the guilt set in all over again. You were worried, and I might have left my mom with 2 dead kids, my sister with 2 dead siblings. All because I made a rookie mistake. Well, of course I was worried. I care about you. I don't want you to get hurt. He lifted his head and caught her gaze. You mean you aren't angry that I was stupid and should have been more careful? Pulling her hand back, she blinked a few times as if trying to understand what he was saying. Why on earth would I be angry with you? More like thrilled that you're sitting in my passenger seat, alive and well. Really? You mean that? I really mean it. I'm not mad or upset or angry or whatever you might think. Her eyebrows knitted together. Whatever made you think I'd be any of those things? Shrugging, he lowered his gaze. I don't know. I've got a sneaking suspicion you've been in this situation before. She took a deep breath. You know you can talk to me, right? I've been leaning on you non-stop since we met, and if you'll let me, I can be someone you lean on too. Lean on someone. He'd done that. No, he hadn't done that before. It was always about Courtney. It didn't matter the circumstance, she was always the focus. Courtney, my ex-fiancée, didn't particularly care for my line of work and made a point of telling me how much she hated it a few days before we were supposed to get married. Elise's lips parted in a small gasp, reaching her hand to take his again. She left you? Yeah, and you'd think she'd have figured that out during the year leading up to our wedding, but no. I was the one left canceling everything too. At the time, it had been so embarrassing. I'd call that a bullet dodged. She scoffed. Can you imagine finding all this out after marrying her? What a piece of work. What? She was a jerk. Living with her would have been a nightmare, Elise replied, taking her hand from his and crossing them over her chest. Can you imagine? For some reason, that made him laugh. I've never thought about it like that. And now that he was giving it a look from a different angle, Elise was right. He'd been spared some serious misery. I can't believe I never looked at it that way. Shrugging, Elise hugged herself. I know the feeling. I've been so pig-headed about being seen and standing on my own 2 feet that I've missed chances and opportunities one wish I hadn't. She chuckled. I'm not making light of what happened to Patrick, but I became paralyzed that day too. Only I did it by choice. With another yawn, Bryan raked his hand through his hair. Nothing like soul-searching to make you exhausted. Yeah. She smiled. Or thinking someone you cared about was hurt in a fire. I can't begin to tell you how relieved I was to see you climbing down from that truck. I wish I'd had my camera. You looked great. I was covered in soot and smelly. I would have broken your camera. Hardly. More like National Geographic worthy. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. How about we go home and I cook you some breakfast? Then you can get some sleep. Or how about we both cook breakfast and then watch a little TV? As tired as I am, after a fire like that, it takes me a while to unwind. That sounds perfect to me. More than perfect. It sounded like heaven to him. Breakfast, spending time with someone he'd fallen for, and fallen. It wasn't like he could deny the obvious. He'd fallen for Elise. And now, with the new perspective he had, he didn't see a reason why it couldn't turn into so much more. That's if Elise was being honest. Not that he was calling her integrity into question, but what about the next time when the call wasn't just close? What would happen if he did get hurt? Would she still feel the same way? He didn't have an answer for that, but he definitely had an answer for the way he'd been carrying the past. That brick on his shoulders was gone. He refused to bring it along anymore. He wouldn't let the past dictate his future or his happiness any longer. He was free of it.
Chapter 23. With her feet on the coffee table and crossed at the ankle, Elise smiled down at Bryan, who was now sound asleep with his head in her lap. Smokey was sprawled out on the floor with his back flush against the edge of the couch. For the first time that she could remember, she felt contentment and peace. It was so cute watching Bryan fight against falling asleep. They decided to watch a movie, and he'd been determined to watch it all the way through. He lasted all of 10 minutes before his chin was resting on his chest. When she encouraged him to lie down, he'd barely opened his eyes. That was a few hours ago now, and she still wasn't tired of staring at him. She'd come close to losing him, and the more she thought about it, the more precious he became to her. Tracing the lines of his face, it was hard for her to imagine anyone being angry at him for doing his job. And even harder to imagine anyone leaving him. How could someone hurt him like that? He was protective and kind. Warm and generous. Yes, at first his job was huge. A massive factor to consider, but who could resist this man? Not a sane woman. That's for sure. After how wonderful he'd been to Elise, even after he'd been hurt so badly. It was a testament to his character. Combing her fingers through his hair with one hand, she lifted the screen of her laptop and fired it up. She was exhausted, but she'd yet to shut her mind down enough to even think of sleeping. A little piece of plastic sticking out the side caught her attention, and her mouth dropped open. She clicked on the extra drive in her laptop library, and she gasped. These were the pictures she thought she'd given to Kyle.
Oh no.
She mouthed, covering her mouth with her hand. If these were the pictures from the beach, what had she given Kyle? Grimacing, she looked down at Bryan and palmed her forehead. The station photo shoot. Oh, no, no, no. How could she have gotten the drives mixed up? Whatever sleep she thought she might get was definitely gone now. Clicking on one of the files, she let each picture slowly slide across the screen. Her hope was that it would be like counting sheep and she'd eventually nod off. Photo after photo, she continued to flip through them. Until something strange caught her attention. She had to flip back and forth a few times before really understanding what she was seeing. There weren't only wooden pilings in the background of the photo, worn down by decades of rough surf. There were people. Men, in fact. They wore dark clothes and were moving slightly while Elise's camera clicked away. They changed position from one shot to the other like flipbook animation. Once she was sure what she was seeing, she checked the dates of the photos, and her pulse raced. It was the same day as the fire. Next, she pulled up the file with the date she'd received the note. Again, next to the wood pilings, there was a group of men, and this time, one of them was looking straight at her. Covering her mouth with her hand, she stared at the photos a moment and debated whether to wake Bryan or not. No, she wouldn't wake him. It wasn't like he could do anything, but Kyle could. With a few short clicks, several of the photos were attached to an email and on their way to his inbox. Hopefully, he'd get them and use editing equipment that could enhance the photos enough to help determine who those men might be and if they were the source of the fire and the note. If she were to bet, that's who she'd put her money on. Whatever they were doing, they didn't want anyone having evidence of it. Had they left her alone, there was a chance no one would have ever found out. Elise looked down at Bryan. There was also the chance that she would have never stayed with him. Gotten to know him. Losing her home wasn't the best thing in the world to happen to her, but she'd take Bryan over it any day. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't lost her world that day. She'd found it.
In a haze of sleep, Bryan reached out to the coffee table and snatched up his phone. Hello? You're not Elise, Kyle replied. Bryan pulled the phone away from his ear. No. Then he realized why he'd been reluctant to wake up. At some point, he'd fallen asleep on the couch and lay down, and apparently, Elise had too since her back was pressed against his chest and her head was resting on his arm. Now he wished he'd had the chance to wake up a little less abruptly. It would have been nice to appreciate holding her for a while. With a deep breath, she pushed herself up, taking the phone from Bryan. Hello? Bryan sat up also and tried to piece together how he'd managed to fall asleep with Elise in his arms. He rubbed his hand over his head and yawned. He'd slept pretty good, too, and the couch wasn't even all that great when it came to comfort. Or maybe feeling rested wasn't due to the couch as much as the woman who'd been on the couch with him. Elise took the phone from her ear and put it on speaker. "Hey, Kyle, Bryan can hear you now too." "Okay. I've been looking through those photos you emailed me." He laughed. "I'm glad you did. When I had the chance to look through the drive you gave me, I realized they were probably not the ones you meant to give me. I'll get those back to you tomorrow." Now Bryan was alert. Photos? Email? What? What was Kyle talking about? "I'll explain everything after the call." She smiled and grimaced. "Go ahead, Kyle. The man in that photo you sent me is Richard Trask. He goes by Richie." Kyle paused a beat. "Or that's what the dental records say. He washed up this morning near the warehouse fires, and it wasn't until I got your photo that we pieced it together." Elise blinked. "He's dead?" "Yeah, but I don't think you're out of the woods yet. He's got a whole crew, and they're all just as bad as he was. They must have killed him after you caught him on camera again." Bryan leaned forward on the couch, setting his elbows on his knees. "A whole crew?" "Yeah, and they're involved with a number of shady characters up in Baltimore." Kyle paused, and a sound like papers being shuffled filtered through the phone. His first arrest came when he was 14, when he pulled a gun on his teacher. "Wow." Elise looked at Bryan. "Nice guy." "Yeah, no kidding." According to the Baltimore Police Department, he was most recently involved with a small-time crime family named Lorenzo who was looking to wedge themselves into the business of gun running. Bryan sat forward a little more. Gun running? That took this whole thing to a new level. It was serious before, but guns? Kyle scoffed. "Yeah, and those crates you guys found in that fire? Well, the ones not burned to a crisp were full of guns. It looks like the warehouse fires were intentionally set to get rid of the evidence. Thinking you were onto them must have gotten them nervous. They might have thought you were working for us." "What does this mean for Elise?" asked Bryan as he caught Elise's gaze. "Richie and the other man, the two men Elise managed to take pictures of, are members of the Lorenzo family. Maybe not by blood, but by association. They had no reason to be down here, considering their business is usually done in Baltimore." "But what does that mean for me?" Elise asked. "I mean, I'm okay, right? Let's just say I'm glad you're staying with Bryan." Kyle paused, and it sounded like he was muffling the phone. When he returned, he said, "I know you like taking pictures at the beach, but until we've got them in custody, you need to lie low. They can't be very happy to have lost all that inventory." Bryan nodded. "I'll make sure she does." Elise rolled her eyes. "I doubt they'd try anything at this point. They must know the police have caught wind. They've probably already gone back to Baltimore." "Maybe, or maybe they're waiting for their chance to take you out," Kyle replied. "It's not just you, remember?" Elise pinched her lips together and nodded. Whatever they were talking about, she wasn't thrilled with the mention of it. After a few assurances that Bryan would make sure Elise listened, they ended the call with Kyle. Bryan leaned back on the couch. "Okay, you said you'd explain later. What photos was he talking about?" "Okay, so after you fell asleep, I was still wide awake, so I fired up my laptop." She winced. "I thought I'd given Kyle the pictures I'd taken at the beach, but..." Bryan squeezed his eyes shut. "Please don't tell me. I'd given him the wrong SD card." She groaned. "I'm so sorry. It was after I received the note, and I guess I just wasn't thinking." He held up his hand. "It was going to come out eventually. But not before the entire Baker Beach Fire Department was thoroughly mocked by local law enforcement. Anyway, the emailed pictures." "Right. Well, I began flipping through the beach photos, thinking it would help me get to sleep, and then I noticed these figures in the distance. At first, I'd missed it because they kinda blended in with the wood pilings, but then on one of the last frames, it looked like one of them had sprouted legs. Okay. I enlarged the picture, and that's when I realized it was men on the beach. It got me to thinking, and I checked the dates. Both the fire and the note line up with the days I took those photos. I know it had to be them because in one of the last pictures, One of the men was looking straight at me. I didn't even know they were there. She stood and palmed her forehead. The idiots. If they'd left me alone, they'd probably be back in Baltimore, and no one would have even known they were here. Pushing off the couch, Bryan stretched and rolled his neck. At least you noticed it. Now you have some answers, but you heard Kyle. You need to keep your head down until these men are locked up. From the sound of it, they'd hurt you and think nothing of it. Elise's shoulders sagged. I'm a blip now that the police are onto them. Why would they want to hurt me now? Because they're bad guys and they do bad things? Just a theory. He laughed. She closed the little bit of distance between them and palmed his chest. I'll be fine. Covering her hand with one of his and wrapping the other around her waist, he pulled her flush against him. I know. Because I'll make sure you keep your head down like the nice police officer told me to do. He flashed her a cheesy grin. She sighed and softened against him. Have I told you how glad I am that you weren't hurt? If you said it a few hundred more times, I wouldn't mind. Lifting on her toes, she brushed her lips across his cheek. I'm so glad you weren't hurt. I'm so glad. With a touch of his lips to hers, he cut her off, and it was as if the room was electrified. He'd never wanted or needed anyone more than he wanted and needed her. Nothing he could bring to mind could even come close. As she circled her arms around his neck, the kiss deepened, and all he could think was that he couldn't picture life with anyone but her. The taste of her lips, the feel of her body against his, the way her hands locked behind his neck, holding on to him like she'd lose him. She was a fire he'd gladly and willingly allow to consume him. Even better, it seemed she was as desperate for him as he was for her. Leaving her lips, he trailed kisses along her jaw and down her throat, spurred by soft, throaty moans each time his lips brushed against her delicate skin. He moved back to her lips, and by the time they broke the last kiss, he was needing air. Leaning back with barely a breath between them, he held her gaze as time stopped. This was what he wanted. Her, with scant air between them, for as long as humanly possible until death tore him from her. Because that's what it would be. Him fighting tooth and nail to be with her and love her. The words sucked away what little air he had left. As scary and risky as love was, it also gave him the most peace. Seeing her when he came home, making dinner with her, and falling asleep on the couch together. Little things to most, but huge to him. Someone he could hold on to when the world didn't make sense. Part of him wanted to scream it from a rooftop, but the more sensible side of him thought better of it. She was still in the middle of something scary, whether she wanted to admit it or not. It wasn't exactly the greatest or most romantic time to tell her he loved her. He didn't want gunrunners tainting what he hoped would be the start of something lasting. For now, he'd hold her, keep her safe, and once they were in the clear, he'd find that rooftop and let her know exactly how he felt about her.
Chapter 24. Grabbing a pair of socks from her drawer, Elise sat on the edge of the bed and called Sally. The message she'd left while Elise was in the shower ended with a plea to return it so Sally would know she was okay. The last week, Bryan had followed Kyle's orders. Maybe a little more strictly than she liked, but that only meant spending more time with him, mostly staying indoors curled up next to him, drowning in his kisses. She couldn't foresee a time when they'd ever get old. Oh, Elise, thank goodness you called me. I'd been waiting for you to call, but I guess Mr. McHot Fireman has kept your attention. Elise snorted. Really? He is hot, and he is a fireman. With a name. Bryan. She shook her head. But you're right. I should have called before now. It's been a little wild over here. Elise started from the beginning with the reason the fire in her house was started in the first place, with only a few gasps as interruptions. She ended the tale with finding the men in her photographs and learning they tried to destroy the evidence in the warehouse fires. When she was finished, even Elise was a little in shock, and she'd been right in the middle of it. By the sound of it, Sally adjusted her phone and then said, "Wow. All that was happening here? I guess even the smallest of towns isn't safe anymore." "I guess not, but Bryan's been great. Kyle told him to make sure I kept my head down, and he took it like marching orders." If he's not here, he's got one of his buddies, who pretends to be watching Smokey, over here. Sally chuckled. Sweet and rather romantic if you think about it. Kyle's right, though. You need to be careful. No more pictures on the beach until those creeps are firmly behind bars. Standing, Elise walked to the window. Oh, stop. Like I told Kyle and Bryan, those men, her eyes widened as she noticed two men standing on the beach. Sally, I'll have to call you back. She ended the call and immediately dialed Kyle as she ran out of her room, stopping at Bryan's and pounding on the door. Bryan. He answered the door, and for a brief second, her brain fritzed. He was delicious. Shirtless, freshly showered, and hair mussed, sticking up at all angles? Words simply couldn't capture it. What's wrong? Elise? Kyle answered. What's wrong? She blinked and put the phone on speaker. I'm not sure. There are men on the beach, and they're kinda standing there like they're keeping a watch on something. I'm sending cars now. Kyle ended the call as Bryan marched to his window, grabbing a shirt and pulling it on. Using his fingers, he opened the blinds a fraction, looking left and then right. Get down. In one swift move, he was curling around her and pulling her to the floor. Seconds later, glass shattered, raining shards all over the room as the sound of bullets whizzed past them. The hail of gunfire continued until Elise wondered if they were ever going to stop. Bryan shielded their faces with his arm, and when the bullets slowed, he grabbed her and shoved her in the closet. Stay. Before she could protest, he turned the lock on the inside knob and shut the door. She pulled out her phone and called Kyle back. Kyle, I'm in a locked closet in Bryan's room, and bullets are flying everywhere. We're on the way. He paused, and with the way his voice sounded muffled, it seemed he'd put his hand over it. Stay on the phone with me, okay? Is there anything in the closet you can use as a weapon? A weapon?
Yeah.
Something heavy or sharp. Something you can wield if that door opens, and it's not a good guy. Elise used the light from her phone and rummaged around. There's a fire extinguisher. Great. If anyone opens that door, break the seal and spray them right in the face. Then run. Don't drop the extinguisher, though. Snorting, Elise rolled her eyes. Well,
Duh.
Kyle, who was obviously trying to keep her distracted, laughed. Just wanted to make sure. You can be a damsel, but you don't have to be in distress and make stupid decisions. Right? You know how many times I've yelled at a woman during a movie? Who drops the weapon when there are more bad guys around? That's just stupid. She paused as the sound of sirens became clearer. I think I hear you. I can see the house. There was a squeal of tires, and her connection with Kyle was gone. Huddling in the corner, holding the canister to her chest, armed and ready, she waited as shouts and large thuds came from downstairs. Another squeal of tires and more bullets that sounded like they were coming from outside made her hunch her shoulders. Why, she had no idea. Maybe ducking was just instinctual. After what felt like an eternity, the knob jiggled. Elise, it's me, Kyle. The house is clear. Kyle? She quickly unlocked the door and whipped it open. Where's Bryan? Are you okay? Kyle asked, seeming to avoid her question. She buried her hands in his shirt. Where is Bryan? He chuckled. He's fine. A few cuts, but he managed to knock out one of the guys who shot the place up. Not sure how, but it's good. Maybe we can get some information out of him. A few cuts? Was that cop speak for Bryan was hurt but he'd be okay, or he had a few cuts and he was perfect minus some bandages? Kyle took her by the shoulders. Are you okay? Sagging, she nodded. Clearly, she wasn't going to get anywhere until she answered him.
Yeah.
I'm fine, but I want to see Bryan now. With that, Kyle rolled his eyes and tipped his head toward the door. All right, come on. As they walked through the house, Elise couldn't quite grasp how much damage had been done to Bryan's poor home. It was riddled with holes, windows were broken, and Smokey. Please tell me Smokey is okay. She grabbed Kyle's shirt sleeve. Please.
Yeah.
He's just fine. I think he was the one who helped Bryan knock one of them out. Turns out, that sweet dog can be ruthless when his friend is in trouble. He shook his head as they began walking again. When I first walked in, I thought he was going to tear my throat out until he realized I was a friend and not a foe. When they reached the first floor landing, the edges of Elise's vision hazed as she locked eyes with Bryan. His hip leaned against the kitchen counter as a paramedic checked him over. He had a busted lip, a cut along his temple, and his shirt was torn. But he was alive and breathing and as close to perfect as he could be given what they'd just gone through. Bryan shot her a half smile and winced, touching the cut on his lip with his fingers. This hurts a lot worse than it looks. It actually looks like it hurts. Elise approached him, her gaze running from the top of his head to his feet, noticing a few more minor cuts and bruises. Are you okay? I'm fine. He palmed the small of her back, drawing her flush against him. Mostly, I'm just glad you're okay. The paramedic attending him cleared his throat. Sorry to break the moment, guys. Elise's cheeks burned as she realized she'd forgotten the man was even there. Hi. He stuck his hand out. You look familiar. You're the paramedic that night at the fire, Lee Fillion, right? She shook his hand. That night, she'd been in such shock that she'd barely registered his presence. He was cute, and even after living here most of her life, this was only the second time she'd seen him. Clearly, the town was growing faster than she was keeping up. He grinned. That's me. His head tilted. You look a little shaken, but not as bad as that night. Are you okay? You didn't get hurt, did you? Shaking her head, she leaned against Bryan. No, this hero kindly locked me in a closet, and that hero, she said, pointing to Kyle, helped me keep my wits and find a weapon. It turns out I didn't need it. Lee sighed. Let's be safe rather than sorry. As the man proceeded to go through his list of protocols, Elise was grateful they'd both survived. It was another vivid lesson that standing on her own 2 feet didn't mean being on a desert island. It meant being with someone and, together, turning that isolation into an oasis. A place she could run to when the world was raining fire and there was nowhere else to go.
Chapter 25. With his house destroyed, Bryan, Elise, and Smokey were taking up residence in a fully furnished rental home owned by a local real estate agent, Cheryl Benning, a friend of Sally's. It hadn't taken long to find a place to stay. As soon as Elise got word to Sally that she needed somewhere to go, there were actually more offers than they'd expected since the police had promised to patrol the area to keep their home safe. A perk of living in a small town where the men in his station were appreciated. Apparently, Cheryl was thrilled about the upcoming calendar that no one was supposed to know about yet. Bryan couldn't really complain, though, once she refused to even consider taking payment. She said heroic firefighters should have a decent roof over their head, and the city cutting the budget and still raising her property taxes hadn't set well with her. After Cheryl left the rental, he'd asked Elise to order a few extra calendars for her, his treat. Bryan had also taken her to the ruins of her townhouse, giving her the opportunity to rummage through it. There had been nothing left. Nothing that could be saved. She'd figured as much but had still hoped. Although, the longer she was without her things, the more she realized she had everything she wanted. I already miss the beach house. Elise drew lazy circles on his chest as she sat with her legs across his lap. I'm so sorry it was torn up. He tipped her chin up with his finger. It's just a house. After putting out hundreds of fires, I've learned that they're just wood and stone. It's the people you care about that make it a home. He laid his hand on Smokey's head and rubbed it. I can rebuild a house. The other more valuable, fragile things, not so much. Elise took his hand, setting it on her hip, and brushed her lips along his jaw, drawing a shuddering breath from him. I agree. Her warm breath hit his skin with each small kiss she placed. I don't know which time you looked the best. After that roof collapsed or once the bullets stopped flying. He'd shoved her in his closet and prayed she'd be safe in there. When he'd moved in, the first thing he'd done was find the safest place during a hurricane. That closet had been the most secure place in the house. Wrapping his arms around her, he squeezed her to him. You look great all the time. He pressed his lips to the side of her head, taking in the scent of whatever lime-scented shampoo she'd used after they first arrived at their new digs. With the last brush of her lips along the side of his neck, he cupped her cheek and brought her lips to his. Whatever was going on in the world outside could go on without him caring one bit. The only things in that beach house that mattered to him were right here on the couch with him. He winced and touched his fingers to the cut on his lip. I really should have been more careful. It's messing up my kissing game. I think your kissing game is just perfect, she said, punctuating each word with the faintest, softest kisses, skillfully avoiding the cut. I hope the guy who gave it to you has interrogation lights so bright they burn his eyes and make him spill his guts about all the other bad guys. Her kisses continued, trailing along his jaw and across his cheek. You keep doing that, and I won't want you to stop. I have zero issues with that. She giggled. The only thing I'm not looking forward to is you going to work tomorrow. I've liked having you all to myself today. Well, minus the police patrolling the street and sitting outside watching the house. Bryan grunted. Yeah, I couldn't just let them go without offering them something to eat to thank them. Thanks for helping me with that. Sally had dropped off a grocery aisle's worth of food ranging from roasts to ingredients to make sandwiches. It was a really kind thing for her to do, and he couldn't thank her enough. During shift changes, he'd let the officers know they were welcome to step inside and get something to eat before they headed home. Some gratefully took him up on the offer while others simply thanked him and left to return to their families. Elise nuzzled his neck with her nose. Anytime. I appreciate what they're doing. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Leaning back, she caught his gaze. I should have taken Kyle's warning more seriously. I dragged you into my mess. If it weren't for me, you'd still have your beach house. I feel like all of this is my fault. No, he replied. Not at all. You did keep low. Maybe not as easy as I liked. He kissed the tip of her nose. But you did. None of this is your fault. It's theirs. Don't break the law, and it won't matter who takes your picture. They spoke at the same time and laughed. You first. Elise combed a piece of his hair back. She jumped as the phone started ringing. Grabbing it from the side table, she held it to her chest. I think I'm going to be jumpy for a while. As fast as his heart was pounding, he was too. Yeah. Her gaze dipped to the phone, and her lips pinched together as she answered it. Hold on just a second. Who's calling at nearly 11 at night? My mom. I need to talk to her, but this conversation isn't over. She pointed at him and smiled, kissing him as she stood. Nodding, he smiled as she walked to the far side of the room to take her call. The conversation wasn't over. After what happened at the beach house, he had to agree. He'd thought waiting to tell her how he felt was the best thing to do at the time, but since then, he'd questioned his choice. If something had happened to her, he never would have been given another chance to tell her how much he loved, wanted, and needed her. He chuckled to himself. His lesson on risk was being driven home. Love was a risk. It didn't matter when it was said or how much. What mattered was that it was said, and this time, he'd say it without worrying if it was the right time.
Elise gave Bryan one last look before turning down the hall and sealing herself in the room she'd claimed. When she told him she missed the beach house, she wasn't kidding. This house was nice, but it didn't have the open, airy feeling his did. There was no salty air either, since it was a good 3 miles from the beach. Closer to the station for Bryan and less chance that those men could sneak up on them again. Hi, Mom. Elise Richards, were you ever going to call me and tell me about being threatened and shot at? In the flurry of quickly packing a few things and finding a place to stay, Elise hadn't even thought to call her mom. A horrible thing to admit, but it wasn't like it was something that happened on a regular basis. "I'm sorry, Mom. How did you even find out?" "Really? I still have friends in Baker Beach." It was all over the news here in Florida too. Something about a crime family and a washed-up body and a photographer caught in the middle of all of it. Squeezing her eyes shut, Elise held in a groan. "Great. Just great. I'm fine. Kyle has police watching the house, patrols are cruising by every 15 minutes, and Bryan is with me. You need to come home until this is over. You'll be safer here." "I don't want that, Mom. I'm safe here. My home is here. My life is here. And I don't need to bring the threat to you." Her mom scoffed. "Your life is where your family is, and we're in Florida. Can you imagine how it felt when I got that call? When I turned on the news here? All I could think was that my baby girl was all the way in Virginia, and there was nothing I could do. I felt helpless. Just as helpless as when." Elise walked to the bed and wilted onto it. "Mom," she paused, giving herself a second to find the right words. "I know you're worried, and I'm fine. If anything, flying to Florida would put me in even more danger." Her mom sucked in a sharp breath. "A crime family targeted you." Oh, why had she said that?
Yeah.
"But the police are on it." "I'm saying the case is solved. I'm fine. Everything is fine. More than fine." She just spent who knows how long kissing the most kissable man on the planet. She wasn't sure what Bryan was thinking, but forever sounded, well, not near long enough, but it would have to do. "So, the police have them in custody, then?" "No, but they will. It's only a matter of time. Elise, you know I love Patrick with all of my heart. If I could go back to that horrible day, I would, and I'd do everything in my power to see that he was still whole. But I can't." Elise fell back on the bed, her arm over her eyes, already hearing what her mother was about to say. It was a speech she knew by heart. One they'd perfected since the day Patrick had his accident. "What I can do is protect you. Do you have any idea what a hole you'd leave if we lost you?" "Sweetheart, her mom sniffled. "I just don't want to see you hurt. Would it really be all that bad to come to Florida and stay with us until this all blows over?" "Mom. Please, darling. For me? For your dad? He'd be devastated to lose you." Holding in a groan, Elise shook her head. "I can't. Kyle has police watching me. An entire army of men. If I leave. I've already spoken to Kyle's mother. She's assured me that Kyle will have someone escort you to the airport and that he'd arrange protection for you here. It would probably be even better protection because the department is bigger." "You spoke to Kyle's mom?" "I didn't call her. She called me. Once it was out about that awful shooting, she called to make sure I was okay. When I broke down, she offered to speak to Kyle for me. She's gone through all that trouble. Can't you just humor me? You haven't visited in 6 months. Patrick misses you too, you know." Elise rubbed her temple. Please, Elise. Please, for me. Would you just come home? I know we didn't lose Patrick in body, but we lost him in spirit. I don't want to lose you too. This always happened. It was always her mom calling, making Elise feel like she didn't have a voice in her own life. And as much as she wanted to stand up for herself, she was too exhausted to fight her mom at the moment. Between losing her home twice, thinking Bryan was hurt twice, and now basically being under armed guard, she didn't have it in her. "Fine." Elise sighed. "I'll come to Florida if Kyle says it's okay. But I'm not staying. We'll worry about that later, sweetheart." Her mom's voice was as bright as Elise had ever heard. "We'll worry about all that once I have my arms around you and know you're safe. I'm not staying. 2 weeks. That's as long as I've got. By then, the case will be settled, the bad guys will be in jail, and I'll be piecing my life back together. I may not have a lot of possessions left, but my heart is here with Bryan," but she'd hold on to that last part for now. She didn't need her mom trying to weasel into her relationship. A loud, long sigh came from her mom. "That's all I want. You here and safe from those thugs. Just a little while." The way her mom said it, it would be a fight at the end of the 2 weeks, but hopefully by then, she'd be in fighting form. "There's a flight out tomorrow, first thing in the morning. Kyle's already got the number, and he's getting things coordinated." Her mom let out a tiny squeal. "I can't wait to see you, Elise." This one last time, Elise would put her life on pause. After this, there would never be another reason to give in to her. Hopefully, Bryan would be understanding. She'd just make sure he knew she was coming back and that she was coming back for him. And she wasn't leaving ever again without him. Chapter 26. Arms crossed over his chest, Bryan leaned his shoulder against the frame of Elise's bedroom door. "What are you doing? There's one good thing about having all your possessions burned up in a fire, I guess." Elise chuckled. Bryan didn't laugh, of course. "No packing. I'm ready to go." "Packing for what?" "We have an army of policemen guarding this place." When she'd finally returned to the living room the night before, he'd been fast asleep, and she didn't have the heart to wake him. Not when she knew he'd need all the rest he could get for his shift the next morning. She could have packed the night before, but she'd spent a few hours watching him sleep and going through the photos she'd taken for the calendar. In her expert opinion, he could have a calendar on his own and it would sell equally as well. His alarm going off woke her too, and since she'd showered the night before, all she had to do was dress and pack. Which now left her with nothing to do except explain. She zipped the suitcase Sally had loaned her and turned to him. The way he was looking at her, eyebrows knitted together and lips slightly turned down at the corners, almost broke her. "What?" he asked. "I've got a flight to Florida booked. My mom wants me to come home until this blows over." She hugged herself. "I just don't have it in me to fight her." "So you're just leaving? Just like that? What about standing on your own 2 feet? Not being invisible? I thought those things were important to you." He straightened and closed the distance, wrapping his arms around her. Nestling into his embrace, she fidgeted with a button on his shirt. "They are, but I didn't realize until last night that I'm exhausted. I don't think it hit me until I was talking to my mom. So stay. Rest here." "I can't. You don't understand." She lifted her gaze to his. "If I don't go, she'll just come here, and I love her. My dad, my brother. I love them all, but I'd rather go to Florida than have her come here. That way she can't decide to stay and help me get my life back together." He pushed her hair over her shoulder. "Let her come here. You'll have me." "I can." Pulling away, Elise sighed. "She thinks I'll be safer there." His eyebrows knitted together. "How is going to Florida making you safer? The police department there doesn't even know what's going on. It's safer to stay here." She raked her hand through her hair. "Kyle has arranged for protection there. Once the shootout made national news, his mom called my mom, and they worked it out. I've got a flight booked for this morning. He's sending a patrol car for me, and I'll be picked up by one there." Shaking his head, he set his hands on his hips. "That doesn't make any sense. Just tell her no." Her shoulders rounded. Just the thought of another conversation made her want to crawl into a ball. "I can't. Plus, I haven't seen my brother in 6 months. If I go, I can stay there a couple of weeks while this whole situation resolves itself and then come back. She'll be happy and out of my hair. It's better this way. He took a step closer, his hands dropping to his sides. Better for who? You or her? She turned her back to him and slipped her camera and laptop bag over her shoulders before picking up her suitcase. For all of us. This makes everyone happy, and this way I don't have to fight her when I don't have it in me. Awkward silence filled the room until she faced him, and his gaze locked with hers. I can't say I'm happy, Elise. Can we not fight about this? Please? I just said I don't have it in me. Bryan tilted his head. Not fight about it? I don't want to fight, but I feel like I need to since I'm not sure I'll see you again. Her mouth dropped open. Never see me again? What gave you that idea? Why would he think something like that? Visiting her parents and brother wasn't a big deal. Really? I'd say packing every worldly possession and flying to another state gives a really clear idea. What happens at the end of your visit and your mom doesn't want you to leave? You can take photos anywhere. There are beaches in Florida. You don't have to live here. You don't have to come back. She thought he'd finish the statement with a to me, but he had to trust that she'd come back. If he couldn't trust her, then whatever this was wouldn't work. Bryan, you're letting your fears turn this into something it's not. He blinked. What's that mean? It means this is easier for you. Telling yourself I was never serious. That I never cared about you because it doesn't fit in with your narrative of the unlovable Bryan who keeps getting his heart stomped on. He took a step back like she'd slapped him and lowered his gaze to the floor. Right. Because it couldn't be you. I mean, you're invisible, right? Turning, he paused as he reached the end of the hallway. Despite what you might think, this isn't easy for me at all. He lifted his head and caught her gaze. Have a safe flight. With that, he disappeared into the living room, and a second later the front door opened and then closed. It felt so final, but it wasn't. He had to know she wouldn't just leave him. Didn't he? She sure hadn't expected him to be so upset. Not enough to leave without so much as a kiss.
Goodbye.
Before she could slump onto the bed, a knock came from the door. As she reached it, another knock came. Ms. Richards? This is Officer Maddox King. Harris King is my brother. They said I should let you know so you'd feel safe. Thanks, she said as she opened the door. Maddox was tall and blonde like Harris, and she found the family resemblance did comfort her. The drive to the airport was quicker than she expected, but then again, it was early. Much earlier than she wanted it to be. Hopefully, the first leg of her trip would be quick, and then she could snooze on the long flight. After reaching the airport, Officer King parked in the loading area and pulled her bags out of the trunk. He handed her the suitcase as she reached him. Have a safe flight. Thanks. I really appreciate the ride. I'd have driven you even if it was my day off. She tilted her head, her eyebrows knitting together. Why? Hearty laughter rumbled from his throat. As I mentioned before, the reason they sent me is that you know my brother. He wiggled his eyebrows. Elise's mouth dropped open. Please tell me Kyle didn't show everyone those pictures. I think he used the conference room's 82-inch projector screen. He tried holding in another laugh and failed. They asked if someone would volunteer to drive you to the airport, and I couldn't raise my hand fast enough. My next family get-together is going to be awesome. Elise groaned. I'm gonna kill Kyle when I get back. Get back?
Yeah.
I live here. Maddox shrugged. Huh. From what I understood, you were headed home. Guess they were wrong. Yes, they were. Elise would set her mom straight when she got to Florida. By then, maybe she'd have what it took to speak her mind. By then, maybe Bryan wouldn't be so hurt and angry, too. Hopefully, he'd be willing to talk again once she got back.
Chapter 27. Bryan had started his shift with a heavy heart, and some 12 hours later, it had yet to get any lighter, especially knowing Elise would have long since touched down in Florida by now. She'd said she was coming back, and he wanted to believe her. He did, but if she was willing to go through the trouble of involving the police department there, why would she need to come back? Him? Unlikely. Truth be told, he didn't want her coming back for him. He wanted her to come back for her. He wanted her to find her voice. That was something he couldn't do for her. He loved her, supported her, wanted her, but until she found her voice, until she wasn't invisible to herself, there was nothing he could do. Manipulating her to stay would have been enabling her. He loved her too much to do that. Because he loved her, he knew it wasn't the right time to tell her how he felt then, when she might think he was saying it to convince her to stay. Her leaving hadn't fit his narrative. Her saying it was easier for him was a knife in the heart and nowhere near the truth. It was killed him to let her go. He wasn't afraid of it, he was heartbroken. He also knew that a relationship involved two people, and as long as her brother's accident lived between them, it would never work. You need to get your head out of the clouds. To punctuate the statement, Carlos trained the hose at Bryan's feet for a few seconds. Hey! Watch it, he shouted, jumping to avoid the high-pressure flow. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Carlos laughed, returning to hosing down the truck. I've been talking for, 5 minutes, and you haven't even so much as grunted. Maybe I'm bored with what you're talking about. Bryan lowered the scrub brush and shook it at him. Ever consider that? Nope. Carlos's smile widened as he laughed and dodged out of the way of the soap flying. Seriously, though, what's up? You've been distracted all day. Elise left for Florida this morning. I didn't take it well. Carlos mouthed, oh. Yeah, I heard about that. I think Harris mentioned she was moving there or something. I'm not sure. You want to talk about boring? That guy is boring. I kinda zone out when he starts flapping his gums. Bryan nodded, his stomach twisting into a knot as his heart hit the floor. So he'd been right. She'd left with the intention of staying in Florida. He hoped it was the right move for her. Just because his future with her wasn't meant to be didn't mean he wanted anything but good things for her. Maybe she'd find her voice there. Maybe someone she loved enough that she wouldn't have any choice but to stand her ground. The high-pitched ring of the bell broke through his thoughts as Greg rushed into the bay. A body repair garage near the beach, he said over the wail of the siren as they all began gearing up. The cops were making a bust. Something about an incendiary device going off. There's a few of them inside. Already ablaze and with people trapped inside? This made getting there and getting the fire under control that much more urgent. As they pulled out of the station, black smoke cut the moon in half as it grew thicker and darker the closer they got. The area was clogged with police vehicles. SWAT teams were running in all directions and poised atop buildings across the street from the burning garage. There was nothing quite as noxious as burning rubber, and the air was thick with the stench when they brought the truck to a stop and unloaded. Jake Cutter, the officer who'd helped interrogate Elise, sat on the curb, a respirator over his face. Kyle's trapped in there. He caught Bryan's gaze and pointed to no one particular spot. Already, there was one man half covered in a sheet, clothing burned with bits of singed skin showing through holes. A moment later, a SWAT member joined them, explaining what had transpired so far. Not just one incendiary device, but several had gone off. They'd yet to find the source, and each time one went off, several would go in rapid succession. With the smoke filling the air, it wasn't easy to discern how large the building was, but Bryan guessed it to be much larger than they'd been led to believe. Is Kyle the only man trapped inside? Bryan shouted over the chaos. Kyle and one of the two suspects. If we're correct on the body count. The SWAT team member nodded to the man under the sheet. He's one of them. The windows facing the street shattered, sending glass in all directions and forcing everyone to shield their faces. Greg directed them to train one hose on the window and the other on the roof of the garage. Carlos elbowed Bryan. We can go through there. He pointed to a door before running to the truck and grabbing the battering ram. They ran to the door, pulling on their masks, and pushed their way through. "We're in here," someone called from inside. Bryan took in the surrounding area. Walls had begun to cave in, and the door where the voices seemed to be coming from was blocked. "We need the battering ram." Stepping out of Carlos's way, he stayed ready to rush through as soon as the way was clear. "Stand back!" Carlos yelled to the men on the other side. He smacked the door 3 times before breaking through. The cries for help were louder now, but as Bryan charged through the door, he couldn't see anyone. Smoke billowed in from farther inside the building, making it nearly impossible to make anything out. "Help!" The screams were a little louder now, and he recognized Kyle's voice. "Over there!" Carlos hit Bryan on the arm and pointed to a hall leading to the left. They made their way down to the middle of the hall and took another left as the voices calling for help grew louder. Another door. Blocked even more than the first. "Call in help. I'll start working on clearing the debris." Bryan ran to the first thing he could reach and pitched it as far as he could. Just then, an explosion shook the building as a sharp crack like bones snapping rattled everything around them. Bryan and Carlos both looked up at the same time, trying to find the source. Sparks of fire rained down around them, and Bryan knew what was coming next. Instead of taking the time to yell, "Move," Bryan stepped back and then shoved Carlos in the direction they'd come before diving the opposite direction to avoid getting crushed. The metal beam slammed down between them, tearing a hole through the door and taking out most of the frame. Bryan's radio lit up with a string of curses from Carlos. "If you're dead." "I'm not, and I've got a way in." Bryan scrambled to his feet and crawled through into the room where Kyle was pinned beneath a large metal filing cabinet. The suspect lay unmoving a few feet from him. "Can't," Kyle gasped, pushing feebly at the cabinet. "It won't budge." He coughed. "Yeah, and now you're trapped too," Carlos said over the radio. "That metal beam is huge. It's gonna take time to clear it. How's your air?" Bryan quickly checked it as he neared Kyle. "It's fine. Kyle and the suspect are in here. I'll work to get him free, and you get that beam taken care of." He glanced around the room. "There aren't any windows or other exits in here. Stay alive. I have a score to settle with you." Ignoring Carlos, Bryan kneeled next to Kyle. He pulled out the extra mask he'd fit in his coat and cursed under his breath. When he pushed Carlos out of the way and dove, the mask had broken. Not having his own mask on could get Bryan reprimanded, but he'd take that over Kyle passing out on him. Taking one last large breath, he pulled his mask off and slipped it over Kyle's head. "Breathe." Bryan braced himself and pushed as hard as he could. The file cabinet wouldn't budge. It was stuffed, and when he yanked on the handles, he found each of them locked. The last draw of air he'd taken was gone, and he let it out, only to inhale smoke as he took another breath. He nearly choked, coughing on it, but managed to lean down to speak into Kyle's ear. "Are you hurt? Anything broken? How about the suspect?" Shrugging, Kyle took a long drag of air and then replied, "My right arm is pinned, but I can feel my toes. I think a few ribs might be broken. It hurts to breathe. The suspect is dead. I'm gonna count to 3, and I need you to get out from under this thing." "Okay." Kyle nodded, but Bryan wondered if he'd be able to help at all. Until Carlos cleared that beam, it was the two of them, and Kyle needed to get free. Bryan stood and then crouched with the cabinet under both hands. "Ready?" he shouted as loud as he could. 1, 2, 3. Then he pulled up as hard as he could.
Chapter 28. Elise stared at the ceiling as her connecting flight to Florida was delayed yet again due to inclement weather. She'd been on standby each leg of her trip. This was the third airport she'd been in and the second flight she'd been bumped from since arriving, but that's what happened when you booked last-minute flights. It wasn't just her either. A smattering of other late bookers sat in the area, one holding a cup of coffee, another reading, and another trying to stretch out as much as he could so he could sleep. If Elise thought she could sleep, she would have been doing the same thing. Storm clouds moving across the North Carolina sky seemed to mock her as they lazily dumped rain over the entire state. How they were so slow when the wind was screaming was beyond her meteorological skills. Maybe this was her punishment for being a wimp and not flat out telling her mother no. Her phone buzzed in her hand as a call came through. She brightened as Sally's name flashed on the screen. "Hey," she said as she answered. "Have you seen the news?" Sally's words rushed out. "I bet you've been glued to it like I have." "No, I've been stuck in North Carolina since, 7 this evening." "What?" Groaning, Elise palmed her forehead. She explained what happened with her mom the night before and apologized for not calling to tell Sally. "I just didn't feel like fighting her." "So you haven't seen the news at all?" "No." "What's happening?" Dread began to fill Elise. Her phone chimed as a text came through. She took it from her ear, set it on speaker, and clicked the link Sally had sent. "It's been streaming for about an hour or so now, according to the video feed." Sally's voice broke. "A fireman, a police officer, and one of the suspects are trapped inside. One officer has already been transported to the hospital, and it looks like there's a body lying in the street. They haven't given any names yet." Moving to the edge of the seat, Elise watched with rapt attention, while tickling the back of her throat. "You know that body repair garage on the far edge of town? The one that restores all those old muscle cars?"
Yeah.
Elise knew it well. It had been a great thing when it first opened. Lots of new jobs, a great facility. It was huge, covering nearly an acre. The plan was to not only house a museum but to restore and run auctions out of it. It was a fantastic idea, but it failed almost as soon as it opened. The feed began to play, and it looked like the entire building was in flames. A helicopter circled, and from the air, it was even worse. Half the building was collapsed while 3 different companies of firemen battled the fire. If it were a book, she'd have called it apocalyptic. Her heart dropped to her stomach. "Bryan. I would have called sooner, but I figured you were watching it too. I had no idea you weren't aware." "It's okay. I should have called, but your mom gets to you." "I know. I am surprised you're going to Florida, though. I thought you cared about Bryan." Blinking, Elise muted the video feed, took the phone off speaker, and put it to her ear. "I do care about him. I love him." The word popped out without a second thought. It was the first time she'd ever said it in conjunction with a man. She'd certainly thought it about Bryan, even if she'd deliberately stayed away from the actual word. Now that she'd spoken it aloud, it filled her with peace. She was certain about her career, certain about where she should live, and now she was certain when it came to Bryan. It seemed to fill so many gaps she'd felt before meeting him. "Then why are you going to Florida? It sounds like the trip took a lot of work, and you're not even there yet." "I mean, I know you've had trouble standing up to your mom in the past. I would have thought if nothing else spurred you to do it, it would be him, especially when he's so worried about you and wanting to protect you." "Not you too. I love him, and I'm coming back. It's just a visit." When Sally didn't say anything, Elise continued. "I'm not staying in Florida. I don't really believe you. When it comes to your parents, they say jump and you ask how high. It's always been like that, and you know it. Honestly, I'd be surprised if you ever stepped foot in Baker Beach again. That's not how it is. You know what I've been through. First my house, the threatening note, and then the beach house getting shot up. I'm exhausted." Sally inhaled long and loud. "I love you, Elise. You're one of my closest and dearest friends, but you're always exhausted. If you're too exhausted to fight your mom about a man you claim to love, you'll never be awake enough to stand up to her. You're invisible because you choose to be. You don't have a voice because you choose it." Tears pooled in Elise's eyes. She didn't choose to be invisible. That's not true. It is true, but no one can fix you but you. No one can speak for you. No one can give you a voice. This is something you'll have to do for yourself. Sally paused. I need to go. Jewel needs help with her homework, and Jessie is at the hospital. They called in every doctor and nurse once the first explosion went off. With the way things are looking, they'll need one of them. Okay. I love you, girl. Have a safe trip. With that, Sally ended the call, leaving Elise feeling like she'd been run over with a truck. She shoved her phone into her pocket, leaned back in the chair, and stewed. Sally was wrong. It wasn't even like Bryan had fought all that hard for her to stay. He hadn't even really asked her to stay. Not for him. A few minutes passed, and she took out her phone again, pulling up the feed as Sally's words played over and over in her mind. If you're too exhausted to fight your mom about a man you claim to love, you'll never be awake enough to stand up to her. You're invisible because you choose to be. You don't have a voice because you choose it. Swiping at the tear running down her cheek, Elise lifted her gaze to the ceiling. Sally was just not wrong. There had never been a better time to put her foot down and tell her mom no. Not only was it a massive inconvenience to Elise, but it had been a lot of extra work and stress on Kyle. Arranging for a car to take her to the airport, coordinating with the police department in Florida, no telling how many favors he'd had to offer, if favors worked that far away at all, and then getting an officer to pick her up at the airport. All because she was chicken. Elise turned the volume up on her phone as the reporter touched her ear and nodded. We've just got word that the officer and the fireman have been rescued. They're being brought out now. The camera panned to the left and zoomed in as much as it could. 2 firefighters carried one man who looked to be wearing a police uniform as 2 more emerged carrying a stretcher between them and a sheet over the body. She squeezed her eyes shut and turned the video feed off. If that was Bryan, the thought left her breathless and aching. She'd never told him she loved him. Not a single time. If anything, she'd spoken louder by packing everything she owned and nearly breaking her neck to get to Florida. Standing, she took a few deep breaths. No.
Yeah.
She'd said it to no one and not nearly loud enough to be heard by anyone in the waiting area, but she'd said it and pictured her mother when she had. Baker Beach was where she lived. It was where Bryan was, if he was still alive. She'd said it was where her heart was at one point, and now it had a face as well as a location. Florida would wait. Her mom would wait. Her life. She was done waiting to live it. She was done being invisible. Done being ignored, unheard, and looked over. Done with all of it. She was going home. Home to Bryan.
Chapter 29. Bryan took the air mask from Kyle and took a long, deep drag before handing it back. They'd worked together and managed to free him from the filing cabinet, and Kyle had been right about his ribs. His arm was also broken. Not great, but his legs weren't. A little singed, but he'd be walking out, depending on how long it took to clear the beam blocking their only escape. Are you doing okay? Bryan asked Kyle as they sat against a wall, trying their best to make the air last. Kyle coughed and nodded. Hot, tired, and hurting but okay. You? Same. It wasn't true, but he knew if he told Kyle that, he'd fight. It was energy they didn't need to be extending. In the chaos of diving away from the beam, he'd not just broken the extra air mask, he'd burned his hand pretty bad. His chest was hurting too since he was only taking a breath of air every other time Kyle handed it to him. It had been a long time since he'd last heard from Carlos, and without knowing how much longer it would be, he wanted to make sure Kyle had enough to breathe since he'd been trapped longer than Bryan. You know. When I get out of here, I'm going to lose and ordering the biggest seafood platter they have. I've always wanted to, but at $50 a pop, I've always been too cheap to splurge on it, Kyle said, handing the mask to Bryan. He held it on his face long enough for Kyle to think he'd taken a breath and then handed it back. I thought about that one when I went to dinner with Elise that first day I met her. Kyle coughed out a laugh. Calendar day, right? We needed funds. I'm not too proud to flex for them. I shouldn't rag on you. Our funds were cut too. He elbowed Bryan. We'll probably have to find a different photographer, though. This time, Bryan took the mask from Kyle and breathed deeply. Probably, he said, handing the mask over and leaning his head back. I love her. You tell her? Nah. She was headed to Florida. A long breath, and Kyle took the mask from his face. Probably for the best. I can't see her coming back. Once she's there, her mom will have her under lock and key. It's not Elise's fault, really. Her brother's accident changed their whole family. Bryan nodded and closed his eyes. I know. A moment later, he felt the mask touch his face. Without looking, he lifted his hand and held the mask there. Just as he went to pass it back, a rumbling sound brought their attention to the far wall. He strapped his mask back in place in case he needed to move quickly. Another moment passed, and Carlos, Harris, and Liam stepped through the opening they'd made, carrying a stretcher. Bryan pushed off the floor and stood. Grab Kyle. Liam and I will follow you with the suspect's body. Carlos nodded and took Kyle by the shoulders as Harris took the man's feet. They crossed the room holding Kyle, and Bryan and Liam loaded the body onto the stretcher. Bryan stumbled as they followed the other men across the room, holding his chest as he coughed. As they reached where they'd first entered the building, a series of explosions went off, sending pieces of concrete and metal flying. Carlos and Harris set Kyle down and hunched over him. Before Bryan could dive for cover, something slammed into him from behind with a force strong enough to take him off his feet, throwing him to the ground, shoulder first. For a split second, all he felt was pain, and then nothing as everything went black.
Chapter 30. Hello, Mom, Elise said, tapping the call button on the rental car's steering wheel. How's it going? Her mom hesitated a second. I'm fine. I was calling to see if you'd been able to board your last fight yet. I'm so sorry it's taken so long. I should have checked more thoroughly. Well, no, I should have insisted you come home the moment your home burned down. That would have fixed this whole mess. I'm not on my last flight, and I'm not going to be on my last flight. I'm in a rental car, driving back to Virginia. What? Why? Elise, we talked about this. No, you talked, and I let you walk all over me. Something I'm not allowing any longer. Her mom huffed. Elise. Is that any way to speak to me? After all I've been through. So you're the only one it happened to? Dad? Me? What were we? Just side characters? No. It impacted all of us. Elise, I just don't know what's gotten into you. Turn that car around now. You need to be with family. It's obvious stress is clouding your judgment for you to speak to me this way. My judgment is as clear as it's ever been. She paused, taking a moment to compose herself. Mom, I love you, but I'm not going to let you pull me around by the nose anymore because of an accident that had nothing to do with me. You've used Patrick's accident to emotionally manipulate me for the last time. Gasping, her mom said, I have not. Stop it. In Elise's mind, she could see her mom clutching her chest in horror. No. I won't. And you need to get used to the word. No. I'm not coming to Florida right now. No, I'm not staying in Florida. If you think I wasn't aware that you were planning on talking me into staying, you're kidding yourself. I'm going home. To Baker and to Bryan. You're choosing a man over us? If that's the way you want to take it, then...
Yeah.
I am. I stopped living the day of Patrick's accident, and I'm done. We never did that to you.
Yeah.
You did. And let's be honest, Mom. It was that way long before the accident. I'd make A's, and it was a pat on the head. Patrick would make A's, and it was worthy of a town announcement. Patrick has always been the focus. The only thing the accident did was give you an excuse to do it without feeling guilty. Well, if that's how you feel, then I guess there's nothing left to say. I guess not. Elise ended the call, and her eyes widened as she realized she'd hung up on her mom. Then the tension between her shoulders eased. Maybe she shouldn't have done it, but maybe that was the only way her mom would hear her. Hopefully, she hadn't shut her mom out of her life, or prompted her mom to shut herself out. That's not what Elise wanted, but until her mom respected her, treated her as her own person, that's how things would have to be left. Elise was done giving in to the demands of her mother. She pushed the gas pedal down a little more. The only thing she wanted was to see Bryan, tell him she loved him, and hope he loved her enough to forgive her for the horrible way she treated him.
Chapter 31. The scent of antiseptic and bland hospital food filled the air as Bryan peeled his eyes open. The first face to come into focus was Carlos's. "I've been waiting an entire day for you to wake up, and if you didn't look so horrible, I'd knock you back out." "It's good to see you too," Bryan said and tried to moisten his lips. "What happened?" Carlos filled a cup with water, stuck a straw in it, and put it to Bryan's lips. He took a long, needed drink and pushed the straw away. "Thanks." He coughed, and it made the pressure in his head build to the point that it hurt behind his eyes. "You ever do something like that? You'd have done the same thing." "Yeah, but it would have been me." Carlos put the straw to Bryan's lips again. "Drink some more. You need to stay hydrated." A sound from the door drew Bryan's attention, and he rolled his head. "Elise?" His pulse jumped, and the heart monitor announced it. "I've been here hours, and the second I leave to check on Kyle, you wake up?" She walked to her purse sitting on the windowsill, dug around in it, and handed a bill to Carlos. Carlos chuckled. "I bet her you'd wake up almost the moment she left. Easiest $10 I've ever made." "What are you doing here?" Bryan asked Elise. "I think that's my cue to check on Kyle." Carlos handed Elise the cup of water and stopped at the end of Bryan's bed. "I still have a score to settle with you. Just 'cause you're all beat up doesn't mean another beating isn't coming." Bryan smiled. "Right." Carlos winked at Elise, tapped the footboard, and walked out the door. "I thought you'd be in Florida by now," Bryan said as she approached him. "What about your mom?" The mattress moved as she perched on the edge. "Yeah, I kinda told her if she was waiting for me to come to Florida, she'd better not hold her breath." "What happened?" "I got as far as North Carolina, when Sally called me and told me about what was happening. She sort of set me straight. Something I've needed for a while." She lowered her gaze to the bed. "I wouldn't doubt it's been said many times before, but that was the first time I actually heard it." "What made you hear it this time?" He pressed the back of his hand to hers, nudging her to answer. Slowly, Elisa's gaze lifted to his. "I told her I loved you, and she said that if I couldn't fight for a man I claimed to love, I'd never stand up to my mom. That I was making excuses." "Wait." He lifted his head. "Love me?" "With all my heart and soul. Enough to tell my mom to stick it." She smiled. "I may have hung up on her too. I didn't want you to give up a relationship with her." Bryan winced as he shifted in the bed. He touched the side of his head and grimaced. She gently palmed his chest. "Stay still. You've got a concussion, a torn muscle in your shoulder, a third-degree burn on your hand, and smoke inhalation. But you said you love me. I'm really awake, right?" She chuckled. "You're awake, and, yes, I love you." He leaned his head back and smiled. "I love you too. I wanted to tell you, but I think I fell asleep while you were on the phone with your mom, and then the next morning, you were packing." He took her hand in his good hand, rubbing his thumb across the back of it. "I knew you needed to find your voice, but that wasn't something I could do for you." She shook her head. "No, you couldn't have. It was something I needed to do. Something I'd needed to do for a long time. I thought standing on my own 2 feet meant being alone, but it doesn't. It means being strong enough to lean on someone I love." She braced her hand on the bed and lowered her lips to his. "I love you, and when you don't look like you fought a giant, I plan to kiss you until you believe it. I will never leave you again. You have my promise on that. You'll come first from now on." His eyes slid closed. I love you too. The last thing he felt before drifting off again was the touch of her lips to his. Chapter 32. 2 weeks later, Bryan was feeling much better. Elise was now having to fuss at him for trying to do too much too soon. She popped his hand as he went to grab one of the boxes of calendars. Once word got out that there was a fireman calendar in the works, there were enough pre-orders that Elise could put a rush on the shipping, and it was looking like they were going to need several more shipments. I can lift a single box of calendars, he said. No, you can't. The doctor said 6 weeks, at least. And maybe more. You're not lifting anything until we know for sure that your shoulder is healed. Got it? She pointed a finger at him. Don't make me ground you. He laughed. You can't ground me. She set her hands on his hips, lifted on her toes, and kissed him. Yes, I can. I'm injured. That's not very nice. It's very nice. She narrowed her eyes and tapped him on the nose. You're injured. Carlos shuffled into the station pushing a hand truck stacked with boxes. Listen to the woman. I need you healed so I can put you back in the hospital. I keep telling you, you would have done the same thing, Bryan replied. And I keep telling you that would be different. Mason Andrews, Bryan's brother-in-law, lumbered in holding Jack as Bryan's sister, Holly, and his mom, Debbie, walked next to him. It wouldn't be different, Mason said as he set Jack down. The little boy ran to Bryan. Uncle Bry. He danced around Bryan's feet with his arms raised. Elise caught the slight downturn of Bryan's lips. Her sweet fireman hated not being able to pick up Jack and set him on his shoulders. She lifted the little boy, and he threw his arms around Bryan's neck. Bryan caught her gaze, and the gratitude shined in them. Hey, buddy. I'm sorry I can't pick you up. Jack twisted in Elise's arms and hugged her. That's okay. I like her too. Mason shook Bryan's hand, and Holly hugged him. We just got back into town. We weren't missing this for the world, she said. Bryan's family had driven in as soon as they'd received word about his injuries and could get everyone packed. His family had stayed for a few days after the fire and had just returned for the big calendar reveal. Elise had enjoyed meeting them. Mason was huge and sweet. Holly was a blast. Feisty, funny, and they'd instantly connected. She was like the sister Elise never had. Bryan's mom was a hoot. Talk about fussing over someone. She fussed over Bryan even more than Elise, and Elise had to admit Debbie might have gone overboard a few times. This party starts in an hour, right? Asked Mason. Elise nodded. Yep, and judging by the number of people standing outside, we're going to sell out. They were getting noisier too, and the station was alive with Greg, Harris, Carlos, Derek, Liam, and some of the officers that had protected them after the beach house was destroyed. Snickering, Holly covered her mouth. I can't believe you got him to pose shirtless. Bryan rolled his eyes. Shut up. I wanted to keep my job. You wanted to show off your chest, she shot back. I have to agree with her. Mason laughed. Groaning, Bryan shook his head. You really don't have to agree with everything she says. My sister is notorious for being wrong. He leveled his eyes at Holly. Sighing, he rubbed his face. As much as he tried hiding it, it was obvious to most everyone that he was still recovering. It didn't take a lot to wear him out. Elise put her arms around his waist. Hey, I've been standing on my feet for hours, and this party starts in an hour. Mind keeping me company while I rest a second in the lounge? He leaned down to whisper, I know what you're doing. She shrugged, dropping her arms and taking his hand. We'll be back in a little bit. Elise winked as they sauntered off for the lounge. See you in a bit, Holly called. They slowly walked to the lounge and shut the door. It was a nice break from the chaos in the bay. They crossed the room, and Bryan eased down onto the middle cushion. Taking a deep breath, he leaned back. I guess I didn't realize how tired I was. Elise curled up next to him and combed her fingers through his hair. Yeah, me too. He rolled his head. You just want me to take a rest. You need it. Maybe. He kissed her. I love you. Thank you. For all of this. Setting her cheek against his, she nodded. I love you too. Thank you for being you. Epilogue. 8 months later. Bryan caught Elise around the waist and lifted her in the air, swinging her around. You did it. He was so proud of her. She'd worked so hard and stepped outside her comfort zone, opening her studio and displaying her photos. Only because of you, she said. He set her feet atop his and swayed to the music playing at her first gallery showing. No, sweetheart, this was all you. Circling her arms around his neck, she shook her head. No. I won't take all the credit. If you hadn't been so encouraging, it would have never happened. It would have. You're so talented, and I'm so proud of you. He glanced around the building. This room is filled with people who love your work as much as I do. A tiny giggle popped out as she set her forehead against his chest. I honestly can't believe it. She couldn't believe it. Oh, but he could. After his beach house was repaired, they'd been roommates and dating while she bought the old record shop building, renovated it from top to bottom, and moved into the apartment. Her relationship with her mom was still tense. More than once he'd held Elise while she cried, but she'd stood her ground. It was part of the reason why her family, along with his family, was in attendance. Aside from a little surprise he'd planned. The calendars had sold like gangbusters. The station had brought in enough that the city had encouraged the police department to consider doing one. All those jabs about being half naked on a cover had come back to bite them now that they were considering doing something similar. You're amazing, Elise. She leaned back and lifted her gaze to his. Only because you're beside me. He swung them around and caught the DJ's eye, giving her the signal they discussed before the event started. The music tapered off, and Elise took his hand to leave the dance floor, but he rooted himself in place. Turning, Elise tilted her head. What are you doing? He pulled her back, kissed her, and then dropped to one knee. Both of her hands flew to her cheeks as her eyes widened. What? I have loved loving you the last 8 months. I love your laughter, your kindness, your courage, and your heart. I'd consider it an honor if you'd be my wife. He paused, taking the ring from inside his tux pocket. Elise Richards, will you marry me? For a second, she seemed so stunned that he wondered if she'd heard a word he said, but then her head slowly began moving up and down. I'd love to. Yes, I'd love to be your wife. As he slid the ring on her finger, he stood and wrapped his arms around her. I was really hoping that would be your answer. He touched his lips to hers to the sound of an entire gallery of people cheering. He'd risked his heart, and she'd rescued it. This has been the Firefighter's Rescue. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2020.